everything that I complain about subtitles, that I I basically did because out of sheer laziness of making the subtitle thing. Um, and it's why would I how can I complain if I'm doing the exact same thing and now I'm not doing it at all? So it's it is what it is. I yeah, so the email was nice. I mean, it was kind of encouraging me to keep continue on, and my response was I'm not stopping. I'm not going to um in the last this is not a test. I actually broke down what the value of the loud noises is for my site, and one of the biggest things that it does is it definitely brings people in. um, if I have when it says that you have 90% of the people not subscribed, and you have you know 68% of those are people who aren't returning. um, it it really shows, and those are the videos that they go to. They go right to the loud noise videos, so it definitely drives traffic. um but I don't know if I'm driving traffic is the direction that I need to be going in. I need to be carving out my niche, not pretending I'm something I'm not. um Oh, there's like a million things I wanted to talk about. Um, yeah, ad nauseum. I've talked about how people, how if you have 80 people, and 70 of them are only watching it for 4 seconds, the amount of time, um, viewing hours and stuff like that, the amount of time that people have spent on my site, it I have videos that probably actually deserve the credit for bringing up my viewing hours to something realistic. I also think that the viewing hours does not include me, because that's how YouTube bills. So I think that there's a missing element, and I think that rightfully so. I should not be I think that does count me as a viewer when I view them, but it doesn't count my time. Um, and because I do spend a lot of time watching my own videos, and basically seeing how I can improve. Um, I think I'm improving. I think that things have gotten definitely better. Um, this new direction, I think, is more fitting, because somebody could come in right now and chat me up, and I could make the entire my entire time streaming, live streaming, as a discussion with somebody in chat. One person could do that. um I have had total of two different people actually, appear in my live streams, which is, I'm very happy when that happens. Um, but again, I understand people are, they want to keep their anonymity. They want to, they don't want to be, sucked into this craziness, or I am a little crude, so especially because doing raw stuff like this, and I don't think I'm safe for work. Oh, I shouldn't even be yawning. Barely even started the stream. We've only been here 20 minutes. Um, yeah, there's a lot happening, and there's definitely a direction that I want to take this. Um, I'm going to stick to my guns. I was actually thinking about doing a minor celebration for when I hit 20 subscribers, and then I was like going, you know what? I already said 100 subscribers, and 100 subscribers is only 10% of what I need to actually be monetized. Um, and even with 1,000 subscribers, if their viewing habits in my site reflect, especially the people coming in, if that becomes a reflection of it, it's easy. I can easily convert, uh, 20 to 1,000 subscribers and tell you how many hours that I need, and you can see it. You can see how many hours how many hours I would need if I hit 1,000 subscribers. Each subscriber needs to, with 1,000 subscribers, in order to make money on YouTube, you need 1,000 subscribers, but you also need 4,000 viewing hours. And I'm not kidding when I say that, I don't even, if I ramp it up and I look at what people are doing, from 20, moving 20 to 1,000, I would need, I'm not even making, I mean, when I had only a few subscribers and the hours was, all it takes is one person to watch 1 hour video, and that already counts, and when I had, I, kind of a cluster, handful is probably better word. When I had a handful of videos that people could watch, people were coming in, people were watching them, There's a reason why certain videos are very popular, because people were coming in and people were watching them. The amount of time now that people spend on those videos, especially the older, anything that's a week or more older, those videos, the actual viewing duration drops like a stone, and I I literally would have to get the subscribers to watch 4 times each of my. If I had 1,000 subscribers, I'd have to have them each watch an hour's. They would have to, no, sorry, not just an hour. If I had 1,000 subscribers, every subscriber would have to watch 4 hours just for me to be monetized. And so if I had to do what I have, 1,000 subscribers wasn't enough. I would probably need close to 5,000 subscribers in order, with the same viewing habits that my current 20 have, with the outside influence, with people who with the outside influence, I'd have to have them, each subscriber watch 4 hours just to be monetized. And I definitely have more than 4 hours worth of content, but I don't expect anybody to sit through 4 hours of me. So chances of me being monetized are slim to none. There's perks. There's also perks about being not monetized. I don't know if you've noticed, but I have a lot more thumbnails for some reason. About half of my non-copyrighted claim, solid loud noises, about half of the non-copyrighted claim videos got copyright claim, and the copyright claim videos are now outnumbering the non-copyright claim videos. So that's, and now when you take that into account, those aren't the videos that people could watch for me to get paid. They would have to watch the non videos for me to, like, it's here I am talking about something that's probably, it's not going to happen, because probably not even this year. I think that I would be, with the current trend, of the way things are going, I will be lucky that I have 100 subscribers by the end of the year. It's probably not going to happen. I definitely want to do something for the 1 year anniversary, but it's not going to be a goal orientated anniversary. It's just going to be, what it is, just timing. Yeah, I gotta stick to my guns with where the goals are and make that happen. I don't know where I want to. I don't even know what direction I want to take unscripted in. I do want to write. I do want to script out, have some scripted videos, but I don't know. I don't. I think it's great that I can basically pretty much do whatever I want. I have few restrictions. I do keep the adult, do keep everything kind of adult orientated or adult content, and that might also be hurting my ability to have a far greater reach. And the bread and butter of the site is people coming in and seeing, and watching usually just one video, but the unique visitors is, I don't know if I'm hurting the fact that I'm be staying as an adult content site, basically rated PG-13. I'm not going the the full adult. I don't show adult content, so but I do drop F-bombs and I do curse a bit, which is not not good for children who have no restrictions on their viewing habits. And I'm not for kids. It's just plain and simple. And speaking of not being for kids, am I too old? Am I too old to be doing this? Have I missed my window? Even Alan Rickman started when he was started acting when he was 40. I now have 10 years on that, starting this, and I don't know. I might just be too old for this, and that's even a more bitter pill to swallow than somebody telling me I can't sing or their ears are bleeding when they hear me sing. Yeah, it is what it is. So, I am still trying to think my next move is, and if I am, maybe I am, maybe I do have to like, come to the realization that you know a, an aging Gen Xer can't be doing the content that these VTubers are doing, and I am that's sad to me. It's yeah. I know that I'm doing. I know I'm doing this wrong. That's my kind of like my theme, but I I have to maybe come to the realization that you know what I got on when I opened up my Twitch account and that group, that community that I got involved with, and maybe they are unique, and um you know yes, I know I am not unaware or naive to think that there aren't people who are just downright evil. They're for some reason evil seems to be easy enough to do. So I think that's the reason why people are evil. The biggest problem with it being easy to do is that as quick as it came in, is it doesn't build foundations. It only tears things down. I like to think of myself as a builder, as a helper of help. I'm try to do my best to be helpful to others, and I might be failing at that, which again, that's sad. Um, I hope whoever is watching this, yeah, they think of things that they want to accomplish and that they want to do, and I would love to hear those things. People want to ask me questions. You can always ask a question, um, and I will do my best to respond. Um, yeah, I just kind of there, as it were. I'm actually you really want to know? I'm for some reason I'm like a little lightheaded. Um, you'd think that I don't have any a problem just talking, but I'm maybe, like I said, maybe this cold is just a cold, and I might need to just rest it up, you know, be better, get well. That's two yawns, and I know I'm only 30 minutes in, but I think I like the idea of having kind of like a place where I can just talk about whatever. I was running into a difficulty in a few of my videos. I swapped, whether it was "This is not a test" or "Dose of Hope." Kind of like they were encroaching on each other's videos, their type. Yeah, this is not a test. That's supposed to. It doesn't necessarily give out advice, but it's supposed to actually say, what's going on. What's the direction we're heading in, and it is what it is. Yeah, I'm gonna probably. I am. I'm gonna probably take a nap. Um, I am not prepared to, do continuous streams yet, but definitely want to give this, try out. And, I'm going to definitely work on trying to get something where I can do a picture in picture and have, what's on my computer up on the screen. So it's going to do what it's going to do. Yeah, let's just end this. Like I said, I might crash right here live on camera, and I don't think I don't think that's a good look. So we're gonna sign off the usual way. Cool beans, and I hope you all have a wonderful night. All right, take care. Bye bye. All right, let's do this. Um, I don't know why I've been putting it off for since February. But everything I have done so far has been not necessarily to avoid what I really want to do with the page. Because the truth of the matter is that I didn't even think that I was going to even last this long. I have mentioned, I even made a parody about it, that I am a storyteller. And typically, when I tell stories, I cater it to the person, my audience, the people I'm talking to, and stuff like that. And I've been actually struggling since the beginning with the YouTube page, not just to find my voice, but to find how I connect to literally a camera in front of me and not actually talking to real people, because people's reactions, even the comments they make during my story, affect the stories that I tell. I'm really a reactionary storyteller. It's usually what I use to keep people's attention, and a lot of the songs, and even a lot of the other videos that I've done have all been geared around what and how, and where the microphone is, um, where the microphone sits, to how much of the words I'm coming out. Am I speaking clearly? Is there enough lighting? All those things have been playing a role in pretty much every video. That's the reason why I probably watch my videos more than anything, is how can I improve upon that? But the truth of the matter is that I don't really want to be singing. I don't really want to have a scripted. These are the things that I say, because I think that it takes away from me being emotionally invested, and you don't really get to see how my brain is working, because for me, when stories, and it's one of the reasons why, even though I consider myself a writer, um, it's one of the reasons why you haven't seen, or I don't promote a lot of books that I've written. I've done a lot of writing. I have tons and tons and tons of stories that I have, and tons of basically stream of consciousness, going. And usually when I get into like a writing tangent, I will basically just write furiously, really fast. Um, I've written over 1,000 pages in 3 weeks. I mean, that's that in my opinion is extremely fast. The rewriting process of those 1,000 pages, I'm probably where most of my novels or novellas or things that I have, they're all in, pretty much everything's in rewriting hell. And will they ever even see the light of day? Probably not. But the one thing that I do, and I do extremely often, especially where um, people I think that are closer than acquaintances, maybe not necessarily friends, and of course, definitely close friends, and obviously my family. And since I've been considering calling my subscribers my family, because you are, that puts you into that realm of where I should be able to be telling you stories. And that's pretty much my real gift. Um, writing the parodies, the reason that the writing the parodies comes so natural to me is because that's what I do. That's all that I do. So before I actually begin with a story, I'm actually a little bit tired, so I don't even know how long. I might even just do the disclaimer and go on. I will probably put a disclaimer or something like what I'm just saying now. Maybe not at the bottom of this video, but at in the description of pretty much any video that I tell a story in. Um, my goal, and I'll use any trick, um, dirty, otherwise, anything to have you believe what the story is. But in truth, um, everything that any story that I tell is a complete work of fiction. Most of it comes from my mind. Some of it has no influence of my past. Nothing that is um, that's actually related to most of the stories that I tell don't even have any basis in reality whatsoever. Um, and I find that even the truth and the facts, and when I tell historically accurate accounts of things that have happened in my life, my timelines don't match up. Sometimes that's because I got the facts mixed up in my head, and sometimes that it's just there were I've had days where 7 stories um, or seven me talking about my history, working or whatever. I've held down 3 or 4 jobs at a time, so those things happened. And when I tell them, I'm only focusing on the relevant part of it. I'm not talking about all the things that go on in the back times. I'm not talking about me walking for miles because I didn't have a car. I don't talk about all that time. There's time spans missing. There's times, there's things that are happening all at once. All that stuff that happened. So very early on, I don't even delve into things that are actually true. The only true thing is how I was feeling, and the past me, without that wasn't telling a story. Those feelings are not the same as the feelings that I have when I'm retelling the story. So what you're getting is the feelings I have, how I feel about a story, how I feel about that. That's probably the only true mark of it. And the stories take on a life of their own. So they, as the stories have changed and devolved, the facts and relevancy and things like that no longer exist. But my goal had always been to make it believable, to make it fit, and to have it coincide with also how riveted um, my audience is. If an audience doesn't believe me, I usually go even more fantastic. I usually delve. The less you believe, the more I delve into the more fantastical things. Um, and the problem is that when I get delve into the fantastical things, that's usually where the truth lies. And don't delve into what the story aspect of it is, because if I have to switch gears, I'll switch gears with, sometimes using the actual facts and the truth and stuff like that, because you don't believe me. So I want you to, however you see it. If you believe the story, that's great. But this is really a disclaimer about, I will protect real people, places, things. Um, I might use real places and things sometimes, because if you have it works for the believability. If you have an actual tangible thing that is actually in real life that I'll use that for my story. But doesn't make what I'm saying any more or even less true. But for the safety sake, everything is a work of fiction. Nothing is based on real life. It's not based on my real life. The actual things that happen. It's just like me being a YouTuber. What you were seeing is the you were seeing the Sean that I want to put out to the world. Not You're not seeing the real me. It's probably very close, but you'll probably never see the actual Sean. Um, I am guarded. I do have secrets. I do have things that I don't even discuss. And usually when I'm backed up against the wall, I tell a story. And to be on the safe side of when I tell the story, everything is a lie. There is no truth to be seen, and that's just to be, very clear that if you push comes to shove, if I'm confronted about it, I will bring up this disclaimer. It's the reason why I said I'll probably put it in the description below. There's no truth to it whatsoever, but I will also at the same time, while telling a story, use everything, including the truth, to get you to believe my story. It even if I'm using facts and the truth, it doesn't make the story any less a lie. So take that for what it is. That's my disclaimer. Instead of starting at the beginning, my crazy birth and my horrific childhood, and things that traumatized me, which I've told those stories a million times, and I probably, if I continue to do storytelling segments, they will probably be unscripted like we're doing right now. But if I'm doing those things, I might cut those stories out and give them their own space. For this, like I said, I'm a little bit tired, so I don't, I've actually told stories half asleep, so I don't think it makes much of a difference if I'm telling a story tired, or if I'm telling a story, wide awake and well rested. And this, I don't think that it changes how the story is being told. The thing that I'm going to try to discover a good balance of is how I present the stories, because like I said, I don't have an audience, so I'm literally, there's a blank I have a blank with my storytelling, and it's probably one of the reasons why I've been like begging for people to, chat me up and do things, because I would feed off of the comments that people made to tell, it can stream into a different story. We can tumble along. But this is, unlike the singing, unlike a few of the things that I've done, storytelling is my strength. Creating is my strength. Imagination is my strength. Yes, they play a role into like my singing. They definitely play a role into writing the parodies. Those things play a role into the covers that I chose before writing the parodies up. And like I said, it what started out as covers, evolved into writing the parodies, and I could have continued on doing that forever, but I definitely think that my singing has been holding back the potential of what those songs could be. The copyright claims do too, and not as much. It means nothing to me at this point. And if anything is to be believed, yes, people go back and look at past videos and things like that, but nobody's delving all the way back to the beginning. Nobody's going all the way back to the thing, even though my playlists start at the beginning and work their way down. People really aren't even going through the playlist. It seems that they're going directly to the videos, but nobody's going back to the beginning, watching the first videos again. Those don't get much of a hit. Anything that's really getting looked at or promoted by YouTube, because 90% of my views comes not from subscribers, comes from YouTube itself. So you can use that for what it is. Those 90%, they're, like I said, YouTube seems to be promoting more recent videos, and I think that there's a time limit of how long they promote my videos for before they just completely drop it, because the stuff that I did, back in February, I started this January 31st. So the stuff that I did back then doesn't even get looked at anymore. Okay, so disclaimer out of the way. I don't know if I will do a disclaimer, so you guys can see how I change my disclaimers each time, because that's exactly how my storytelling goes. It's not going to be the same thing, and we are definitely on. I am not scripted. I don't even know. I'm going to have to write and create what the disclaimer is, and pretty much just copy and paste it if I'm going to keep it. Just like the rules in loud noises. That's what I use that for. The rules were actually my disclaimer, like, this is what to expect from this song. It wasn't rules to how to view it. I'm not telling anybody, I wouldn't tell anybody, what's the correct way to watch, my video or any video on YouTube. There is no correct way. It's your way. It's your time. Spend it the way you want to spend it. I'm 18 minutes in right now, and I just got through the disclaimer, and more likely than not, most of my viewers haven't even made it to this point in my video. So probably, I'm probably, slowly slipping down that slope of nobody actually watching. There's very few people other than myself. I'm probably the only person that I know of that actually watches all my videos from the beginning all the way to the end. But right now, most people are probably not even watching it at 18 minutes. 18 minutes is a big ask for people. So, but this is where I'm going to put the good stuff. So their loss, the stupid troll that's still going around and doing this. I mean, he doesn't even last 10 seconds. I mean, 10 seconds would 10 seconds of that person's time would be a huge ask of me to earn that dislike, to make earning that dislike that they give me worthwhile. For the most part, it's about 2 seconds. They stick around, so they stick around long enough to have the video turn on so they can dislike it, and then they shut me off or go someplace else. I don't know where they go, but they definitely end the video around 2 seconds. Sometimes 4 seconds. I've had a few 4 second. And in where loud noises are, which is the one that they usually get, the 4 seconds usually last. Doesn't even get me to click on have the music play, so they don't even, unless they read, which I doubt that they actually read what the video's title is, which is the reason why I put it all in the title, because I figured that hopefully they actually see the title of what loud noises is, and they can see that it's a parody and what it's a parody of. And that's probably so when they get to the music, because they're not listening to the music either. And I've said this a million times, and I don't really need to keep saying it, but I'm probably going to say it a million more times. So, it is what it is. Maybe I'm nervous, and that's the reason why I haven't just jumped right into the story. One of the stories is because I think that this kind of relates to what I'm talking about, especially how I was not connected to people directly, and it's also one of the reasons why I don't like talking on the phone. I'm not, with the exception of a few people in my life, and two especially, and then the rest are just basically work related. But with the exception of two people in my life, I don't really talk on the phone at all. And then you get into texting, and texting for me is actually even worse. It's where you get into where it's actually worse. I don't like texting. I dislike texting even more than talking. I'd rather talk on the phone and hear somebody's voice than text and be waiting for a response. In fact, I freaking hate texting. Definitely more than I hate talking on the phone. I'd rather talk on the phone. You'd think that I would like Zoom calls and everything like that, but I don't even like Zoom calls because there's still not there's that connection, the way people are breathing. There's a lot of things that get masked. Even I'm going to mask things unintentionally in this video that you don't see. You don't see I'm presenting a version of me that doesn't mumble. I'm presenting a version of me that actually I normally don't think about what the next statement is that's coming out of my mouth, and that's why you get a lot of the uhs and and maybe and like I say that a million times in videos, and I even when I see myself saying those things, I'm like, why? And what it is that I don't have the response back, so that I know where, it's like you have a million different possibilities that I can go with what I'm saying, and because I don't have that interaction with people, I don't have that how that's going to work. See, I've actually, what makes it even worse is I've actually worked on trying to get that out of my speech pattern, and it's not working. I keep doing it. Like I said, I think it's because I keep waiting for a response, because that somebody even talking about nonsense or unrelated things to what I'm saying, it'll affect what my reaction is. It also gives me time to think of things, whether I like to think that I'm listening to what they have to say and I'm giving it its jurisprudence. But truth of the matter is I'm probably trying to figure out what are the best words that I can now say that will re-grab them, because I'm trying to grip their attention. And they're talking or interrupting or whatever thing is allowing me time to come up with what my next response is, and it's usually a reaction to what they're telling me. And that's pretty much how I converse with everybody. And some of them don't know is that for the most part they're in a story, and how the story is created comes from that interaction. It's a brand new story. It might be the same story, and I probably have told it a million times to a million different people, or even to a crowd of people. I'm not a big person on crowds because, again, crowds easily interrupt. Crowds do talk amongst themselves. And I'm always thinking of what can I say next that will grip the attention of everybody that I'm talking to. And I don't have stage fright. I don't have any of that. I don't get any of that craziness that a lot of people have. And I wish I could understand it, because I don't. And I have something completely different when I'm talking to a crowd of people. And it's literally the fact that I know that there's that there could be 200 people in the room, and one person, one out of 200, one person. If I lose that person's attention, all I want is to get it back. And it's kind of awful. I actually wish I didn't do that, because that person obviously doesn't matter. That person is obviously shouldn't even be there. And why bother? Why would I even have them I even hate this expression, but I'm going to say it now. Why would I have them rent that space in my head when they're basically broke emotionally? It's they basically lost it. My head is shiny. But that person should not matter. I've 199 other people that I have their attention, but that one person, and that's why I don't like it. 5 or 6, I can definitely hold their attention, maybe 10, and I think I've actually held attention with storytelling, and definitely the more fantastic, because it is literally an interjection the entire time of attention grabbing, attention keeping. And I don't think that makes for good storytelling. My optimal number of people to be talking to at once would be probably about 3 or 4. One-on-one is gold for me, but I think that if I had to tell the story once, and sometimes I wish I was recording the stories that I tell so that I can actually play that back. So here I am recording a story, but one of the problems that I've had with that is that people who hear the recording, the story will be different because their perspective I can't cater to. And I love storytelling. I love the reactions. I love the emotional investment. Um, if I had to say that that's my extroverted side, that is my extroverted side. But the power, like, using the Myers-Briggs definition of introvert and extrovert, the power dynamic comes from me. It it definitely is taxing on me. I don't know what my um I don't know what my limit is as far as utilizing my power. I do know that I have told stories and I've loved it and I've had a great time, and I know that I've also been extremely exhausted from it. I usually don't get charged up with a story. There are things that charge me up, especially like when things fit together, and I will keep going. But it's not that I'm gaining more energy. It's just I have momentum, and the more momentum I get, the longer I will basically crash from it. Um, and I'm a human being. At least I think I am. But at being fragile like that is something that it happens. I push through, and I probably push too far when that happens, and that's how that works. So yeah, let's get into the story. This story takes place. I'm going to use my life, and I'm going to connect it to other stories, so that if you're putting it all together, this is where this piece of the puzzle fits in. I had quit high school. I had decided to tour with the Grateful Dead, um, and I saved up a lot of money working as first as a busboy and then later as a cook, a line cook. And I basically saved up everything that I possibly could. I had to buy a car, had to buy gas. I wasn't paying rent at the time, but I bought my things. I bought things that I felt were valuable to me and needed. Um, but everything else, I saved. Um, I saved every last dime um, that I made, and there were people, definitely people in my life who saw that savings and thought it was theirs. And when I toured with the Dead, um, that assessment of me was probably closer to correct, um, because I burned through 3 years of literally just not buying garbage junk. I didn't collect anything. I know I talk about like my comic book collection and stuff like that, but I wasn't really buying comic books at the time. I was picking up valuable comic books, but only on rare occasions would I spend money. I was very tight and very frugal with how I spent money until I toured with the Dead. Then the money I just bled right through it. Um, and I saved up 3 years of working and I was actually making pretty decent money as a cook. And what even scares me sometimes is that some of my paychecks I earn now are less than the paychecks that I was earning as a line cook. Um, 30, 32, 33 years ago. And that scares me that happened. But yeah, this takes place after I left, um, I'm being on tour, more of a yeah, I'm acting like I was on tour, like I was singing or something like that. And I always say that I toured with the Dead.
32,
Now,
33 years.
the Dead were touring, and I was basically just along for the ride.
And that
you know,
scares me that
and
happened.
I
But,
did
this takes
not.
place after
I did not enjoy any of it.
I left.
But
You know,
the result of
while
it,
being on tour, more of a yeah, I'm acting like I was
I
on
was
tour, like I was singing,
doing
and I always
tattoos
say that I toured
and
with the Dead.
drawing
Now,
flash
the Dead were touring,
for
and I was
tattoo
basically
artists.
just along for the ride.
Um,
And that
you know,
scares me.
and I think I did.
I
People. There might still be some people out there that actually still have the tattoos that I made, and if anybody who has seen this got a tattoo at a Grateful Dead concert, um, sorry if you got an infection from it, but um, anybody got a tattoo of it, yeah, I was basically the kid who, and yeah, a kid, basically somebody who looked like they were 12 years old did your tattoo. That was probably me. Because I think that even though I was 18 years old at the time, I think I looked like I was 12. Um, I can't tell you how many times when I was on my own that somebody said, to me, "Are your parents here? Think you should call your parents. Did you run away?" And maybe maybe you run away. Did you run away? Wasn't um, far from what actually was going on, but that was happening. But all that craziness was going on at the time, and we were broke. I wasn't making any money doing tattoos, but I did get food, did get things to drink, like especially water, very important. And sometimes the tattoos got us places to stay, places to sleep, because we were broke as broke, as broke could be. And sometimes it got us tickets into the concerts, and sometimes we used the money. I always talk about like how I was with the Dead, touring with the Dead, and I'm more times than not I didn't even make it inside to see the concert itself. We've sometimes scalped out the tickets that we had, uh, especially when it was general seating. Sometimes we would scalp those out, and for money, because we were pretty destitute, and the money that I saved up 3 years working as a line cook was gone. So I was presented, where I'm getting at is after I was done with all that, I was presented with an opportunity, and this is before I did make it to Florida, but this is before I worked in Orlando, and I don't know if I can actually say where I worked in Orlando, but in Orlando at a fairly famous place. So there's a lot of famous places in Orlando, but this is pretty well known in Orlando that I was working at for a short period of time. But before I was there, I needed to have money, and I was approached, and at first I thought it was just a regular interview to do tarot card readings over the phone. And like as you know, I don't like talking on the phone because I lose that interpersonal connection with the people on the phone. The thing about working on the phone is that you have to literally always be on. And I didn't enjoy doing this job all that much because of those two factors. Now they said I was pretty good at it, and I did make a lot of money doing it. But one of the gimmicks, because everything's, it's definitely a grift. Definitely, then there's definitely a con. I do not possess any psychic, and if I did, I didn't rely on it. I never would have passed the Houdini challenge. I was told that I should do the Houdini challenge, but I think that anybody who had any monicum of sense at the time would have figured me out, and figuring me out would have been very bad because I was also working as a government agency to weed out and gather information about people. I think, to be used as evidence against them later on down the road. But I did the con. It's con. Unlike cold calling, they call me, so that's always a nice plus. Most of them at first were expecting a female voice, and somehow got stuck with me. Maybe I was just caught in the rotation at the time, but quickly. And I think that I don't think that I think that the whole thing was a government front. So whether it was or not, that doesn't really matter. But I was definitely being used that way. They were actually feeding me information about the people calling, all the information they had, and they were gathering more information as people talk. And some people had done some really bad things. So I had never been called to testify, and I've never been, exposed in this manner. So I don't know if it's still going on or not. It could be. Technology has definitely improved, and definitely they could easily have been utilizing that tool. Even they could be utilizing it today. That's why I can't tell you the government agency. I have told, depending on the conversations that I've had, like I said, I've told this story a million times. So, and I definitely drop names and things and stuff like that, but I don't know for this whether it is permissible or allowed or what, yeah, the DMCA, whatever might happen if that's happening. So I'm going to play it safe. Maybe in future videos I will, if you guess it, I will definitely say you guessed right and about it. But somehow I'm good at it. I don't, like I said, I don't possess any psychic abilities that I know of, and I definitely did not use any type of clairvoyance, any type of connection to the spirit realm. When I first started doing it, I pretended I had tarot cards, and I was actually using just a regular deck of playing cards. with the jokers and stuff like that, and face cards became named cards and not what their suit was, and it was that is literally how I worked. I could have drawn any card, and I can't tell you how many cups, because sometimes I would get, like a spade. A spade I usually used as swords, but if I wanted it to be a cup, I would just, whatever number, let's say four spades. I drew that, and if the sword didn't fit the narrative that I was actually using on the people, I would probably end up saying it's a cup. Very big on cups. I don't know why. I don't know why I was always, drawing cups, but it was cups. So in my opinion, it's the safer bet. Swords tended to be more gruesome, and again, if I needed a sword, I would the suit would change, to being a spade every single time. It's basically, it was based on need. Things that we wanted to talk about, things that I saw in pretty much the readout that they gave me in the early days of email. And I thought I was something else. I had a computer, very expensive computer at the time, and I don't think that computer was more powerful than the computers that they used to put a man on the moon. But compared to today, this was still back when operating systems fit on a floppy disk or several floppy disks. But this is before CD readers or DVD readers. I say, I'm sorry, I'm tired. But yeah, working for the government back then also came with its downside, and it was not fun at all. Hated working for them. But the one thing that I thought was very interesting is I called myself, and I got a complete printout of who this government agency thought I was. And that person I used as a the the it was, and just so you know, they got it all wrong. Wasn't very long, wasn't a lot to it, and they pretty much got everything wrong, from my birthday to the spelling of my name to everything. And it's how I ended up picking up aliases, because it started with what they thought of me, and I used what they thought of me to create something. And this is where I was getting before about how I tell story. I utilized what this agency thought of me, and created that person. Not the reverse. No denial of any of the information that I was given. In fact, I owned I own the information as much as that information wasn't true. And before I left doing that thing, I also realized that I could do anything and I would still be that person. That person could always exist. Never experimented with drugs. Never, all the crazy things. They had me as a positive, with a positive personality and stuff like that, and I literally created that. I became that, and the insanity that ensued later on down the road, I would always fall back on that. And I sometimes wish I did work for a psychic hotline again so that I could actually see where I'm at. But I did think it was funny that they sent me a readout based on, I'm calling myself from my non-business line, because this is back before cell phones and stuff like that, and I had to stay at home all the time, and I had two landlines. I had my business landline and I had my actual home phone number, and I actually called from my home number, so in my, the one that's in my name. And the printout that I got was just so wrong. And I even thought, like, how many times have I gotten somebody on the phone and looked at this information, and most of the time I just disregarded it. It's and I think I doubly did so when I found out what, how they, what they thought of me. And it's a pretty scary thing when, like, I didn't think of it at the time, but years down the road I realized, like, that their memory of me probably doesn't even exist at all. And if somebody does find any record of me, it would be that piece of paper, because that's who I was. And that person is pretty amazing, in my opinion. Who I was in their minds, or they're created, because that's what it was. It's just fabrication. And like I said, I just as I continued on, I'm trying to, I don't know if I beforehand, because I didn't and just so you know, I did it for a quick cash grab before I left. But the and grabbing cash is definitely what I did. That's all I did it for. I didn't do it. I didn't do it to put people behind bars, and I didn't do it because nor did I care whether they did get arrested or whether they could have made a case against people. It meant so little to me. Only the money meant something to me. But yeah, that was always kind of an interesting thing that happened, and I realized, like, that if somebody went back and pulled my file, one, they'd have to pull my file under a different. Like I said, they got my name wrong. My name is not that name, and there was a whole. I know that somebody said that you can't walk down the street without being on at least one camera, and I don't know if that's true. Most people aren't watching those cameras. Most police officers don't utilize, don't want to sit through hours and hours and hours of nothing to try to find a suspect. That's exactly how they work, and the chances of them actually, figuring out the whens and hows and this, that means they have to pay somebody to watch that stuff. They don't watch it. They don't care. No, they don't care. They only care if they can prosecute or not. And everything else just gets dropped. If they don't think they can prosecute it, they drop it. That's something that I learned. And contrary to some people's belief, if you do something wrong, you still did the thing wrong. It doesn't matter if you got away with it. It doesn't matter if they didn't prosecute you, even if you did get caught. And it doesn't matter if you didn't spend any time in jail. None of that matters. Still wrong. Still wrong. Still did harm. But like I said, utilizing that story, I think it kind of gives you an idea of like how I can't tell you whether doing that shaped my life or shaped how I perceived, or it is the reason because that happening to me is the reason why I don't like talking on cell phones. I don't like. Maybe it is because that there is a recording. That's why I don't like texting. Somebody's like, "Oh, just delete the text," and it's like going, if I sent it to somebody, nothing's going to stop them from deleting it, nor is nothing's going to stop them from passing it on. And maybe that's one of the reasons why I really like in person, because you can only react to the person in person. It's not going to be saved. It's not going to be recorded. And the next time I talk to even them, and that story comes up, it's going to be different. It's all based on how I tell stories based on how I'm feeling. It's storytelling. Oh, and one of the big things that happened is that being on the phone with these people sometimes for hours, and some of the I think it was $6, $6.95, maybe $7, $7 a minute, and some of these people talked on the phone with me for hours, not just an hour. I've had 4-hour phone calls with people doing tarot readings and all this mumbo jumbo. And some points I'm just like, I gotta get off this phone call. Yes, I'm making money, but I just gotta get out of here. And I used to think sometimes because going where I was working in Orlando, I rented a 3-bedroom house that all expenses paid by me, and I sometimes make it seem like the famous place that I was working at in Orlando was what afforded me to have this place. And the truth is that can't be farther from the truth. When I did work for this place as a character, and when I did do that, I was hemorrhaging my savings. The nail in the coffin was somebody broke into my house and stole my comic books. And it was less than a week after I just got my comic book collection appraised. I was going to sell my comic books. I was willing. The reason I got my comic books appraised was not because I was looking for the to make millions and millions of dollars. I was going on the value of what I could sell it at right at that moment, and I was gathering. That person wasn't the only appraiser that I had looking at my comic books, and there definitely were comic books that they wanted to buy, which I noticed that if I it was one of the reasons why I was trying to get a second opinion, and before I could get the second opinion for what the value of my comic book collection, somebody broke in, actually stole the entire safe that I had the comic books in, and yeah, and pretty much destroyed the rental property that I had. And I had to basically move out of that place and find another one. But yeah, doing the psychic thing was big learning experience. It is well, not the reason that I don't believe in God. It was more of a confirmed my feelings towards the matter, and the because that what a scam, what an absolute scam Christianity was for me. And I fell for that hook, line, and sinker. And I like to think that it's the only con that I have fallen for. Definitely was the one that I had the most devotion to, and I wanted it to be, I wanted I was a Roman Catholic. I wanted, being a Roman Catholic to be the way towards salvation. And it would have taken, it would definitely would have taken more than a shaking of my faith to get to where I am right now. And so I don't think scamming people was even a part of it, even though everything seemed to happen together. But yeah, so those are the types of stories that I want to be telling. I, looking over, it's probably still hidden, so there's probably no chat for you guys to see, and so because nobody came to visit me, which is fine. An hour is a good place to be, and a great place to stop. And I hope you enjoyed the story. I definitely wanted to do more, and it is, as you can see, very awkward. And I, the feedback would be much appreciated if people could say whether you can say, well, I believe you, or you're full of shit. I don't care which way you go. But if you have any actual constructive criticism about how to improve it, or things that you liked about me telling stories like that, I would that would be, for me, that's worth its weight in gold. It's something that because I'd like to continue doing this. I don't know if I need somebody to either collab with, to do these stories with, so that I can have like a one-on-one conversation. And I don't even know how that would even work. Uh, yeah, I don't know how logistically, and who the hell would want to be my fall guy when they're probably bigger named and they probably have a direction that they want, their agenda, like we talked about before about agendas. Their agenda is not going to match up with mine, and I would be very, very, very demanding of their time, and that's not fair to them, and you know and it would be unfair of me to ask it of somebody else, even somebody who's not a YouTuber. It would be very unfair of me to ask to spend their time as that. But I don't know, and I don't even know if it would work, because if it didn't work, I'd have to basically change gears again. But yeah, that's how the storytelling is going to go. It's like I said, to reiterate the disclaimer differently, but basically in the same vein. I unlike some news organizations, Fox, or some of the very far right leaning bias newscasts. Um, I am I am telling you that I'm doing this for the entertainment. I'm 100% entertainment. This is all fiction. Um, there is, I could actually just say that there's nothing inherently true about anything that I just said before, because that could be a lie. And when you think about everything that I'm saying being a lie, then does that mean that some of the things could be true? And if some of the things are true, then this lie, it can't be all things. Yeah. I messed it up. Um, this is take two, so let's take two on that. The by me saying everything that I say is a lie, would mean that what I'm saying about everything being a lie is a lie. So does that mean that everything that I say is true? Well, that can't hold water either, because if everything I said is the absolute truth, then me saying that everything is a lie would have to be a lie. So it's somewhere in the middle or not. It is what it. This isn't about whether it's true or not, and it's about whether you believe. And if you believe the story, or if you believe this disclaimer, I'd like to hear about it. I'd like to hear how, if you got lost in the story and you didn't know what the hell I was talking about, you didn't even know when the story actually began, because the story actually began in the middle of the disclaimer. So if you didn't even realize that happened, those are things that might want to correct, or if you want me to continue to do that, because I don't want, whether you believe that the story is true or not doesn't make a difference. What I don't want to do is, I don't want to insult your intelligence. I don't want to um, belittle your feelings in thinking that, oh, well, I believed what Sean said and what he told me was a complete lie, or I believe that Sean was just completely lying, and why would I pay attention to something that's a lie? And it turns out that it's true, or it turns out that it's false. It doesn't, to me, that the actual reality of the story does not matter. What does matter is how you felt with the story. And if the disclaimer succeeded, I would like to hear that, Sean, your disclaimer succeeded. I didn't believe a damn thing you said. Or I would say that, I don't know why you're putting this disclaimer in when, obviously everything that you said actually happened. Those things do happen, Sean. This is how that works. It's either way, it's fine. But like I said, I'm now almost 10 minutes past the hour mark, and I definitely think that an hour is good. Half hour first, an hour next. Who knows how long these streams are going to go? But I definitely want to know if, especially my subscribers, my family, definitely want to know if my family thinks that I should continue to tell stories. And with that, I'm just going to do a cool beans. You guys have a wonderful night. All right, take care. Being live. Okay. Let's do this. Okay, here we are. I reviewed my the previous one, and I realized something I did with my storytelling, and I think it's because a lot of the information that I've been processing, they've been telling me not to give away names, especially things that aren't sponsoring me. And I realized, like, I was saying, like, oh, that place in Orlando, or oh, that government agency and stuff like that. And this is like, I was doing that right after I just basically said a disclaimer about how this is all a freaking fabrication and made up thing. Just because it's a real world thing doesn't make it any more or less real in the story. It's a real thing, yes. So those things tend to, so I kind of messed up my own story. But in the same token, I would do something like that depending on my audience, and my audience is you. So people viewing it on YouTube, and that also includes YouTube itself. So kind of catering to YouTube itself to not get demonetized or copyright striked or whatever the hell else that they think that they would use because I'm using a name. It would be like saying soda, or pop or something like that instead of saying like things like Coca-Cola. So Disney World is the place. I even have a parody song about Disney World. You would think that I would just use the freaking name instead of saying it like that, but it's also leaves to the imagination. I'm conflicted about the whole thing because it also leaves you to the imagination of like, what is the place that he's talking about? Could it be like Universal or SeaWorld maybe? All the things that are happening in Orlando, there's a lot of theme parks, jam-packed in one little city. But yeah, Disney World, I should have said it. Ding. Government agency, Federal Bureau of Investigations, the branch of the government that deals with domestic issues and domestic things. Would not be the CIA wouldn't approach me to monitor Americans. So that those are the things that like could Sean be doing to the CIA? Is this international psychic things? And I'm trying to think. I don't think I had one international call, so it wouldn't be an international thing. So it wouldn't be. I wouldn't have worked for the CIA. I would have worked for the FBI. I don't know if I mentioned how I quit because it was kind of abrupt and kind of sudden, and it was after I got robbed. So, and then that's when I went to work for Disney World. So, I will say the real life, I'm not saying that these places are a lie. I'm not saying that these places don't exist, but my connection to it is a lie. That's basically what I'm saying. I'm making it up for a story. It's fictional. The story itself is fictional, not the people places. Florida is not a fictional place. Orlando is not a fictional city. Those things. So why would I, talk about a theme park in Orlando when Orlando is the actual real place and Florida is a real state. So my thinking is not, I should just give the names, give up the names. Um, People though, I'm going to change the name. So if you were involved in the stories that I say, from that story to future stories or future stories I've already told in the past, because I don't think people have realized it, that I've actually told a bunch of stories already uh, in here, and talking about real life issues and stuff like that. But unless a person gives me um, unless a person gives me their express permission to use their name, and the hard thing about it is that some of the people that are going to be in my story have passed away. Um, I don't have contact. If they are alive, I don't have contact with them, and I don't think they want to have contact with me. So using their names, or even you know saying things that actually will identify them as who they are, like nationality, color of their skins, tattoos. I probably won't mention specific tattoos and stuff like that. I've already done in many, many, many stories. I've already changed things from the real life thing, and because the story didn't work with their name or nickname or something like that, I changed it to a nickname that actually does work. Um, that's that's going to happen. I probably going to put a disclaimer at the bottom of this, but the disclaimer that I spent, I think, almost 20 minutes talking about, that's all in effect still. It, you know, like I said, it frees me, but doesn't free me. It's fiction, but sometimes it might not be fiction. It's I am going to When I tell a story, I tell the story for you to believe it. Um, I find that people enjoy stories more if they believe it's true or if they think that it's possible. And there are certain things that have happened in my life that are definitely impossible. And, I sometimes justify how I got to that point. Um, but some of it's just, absolute sheer, you know, dumb luck, as it were, to get to a certain point. And sometimes I work really hard and I don't even achieve. It's the dichotomy of how things go and what makes for a good story. Um, like I don't talk about a lot. I don't spend a lot of time. If I'm talking about dreams, though, that's a whole different story. that's a difference. That's a different way of telling a story if it's a dream, because a dream is a dream, and most of my stories aren't. Um, it was all a dream. It was all a dream all along. I don't like that type of you want to call it cliche, trope, or whatever. I don't tell stories that. Um, I'm trying to think if I even. Um, I just got disconnected. I don't know if I'm still going. Urgh. It says I'm still going. I had an interruption I don't know if you can even understand the words that I'm saying right now, but I'm going to keep going. Hopefully, I don't turn this off and happens to be one of those um, where I've actually only recorded 7 minutes. I think I was 7 minutes in, and it just kind of blanks out and then says, you got an hour and 20 minutes of video and only 7 minutes of watchable. So I'm hoping that I'm not going to have to do a second take on this. It's definitely saying that I'm back up. I really hope that this happened during one of my songs, and I'm trying to think of which song it was. It always I think this happened during Iron Mass. I continue to sing the song. Fortunately, I finished singing the singing portion of it, and it was just there was a lot of music at the end of Black Sabbath's Iron Man, and I let all that music play. One of the problems is that I lost connection while recording it, and it ended with me just basically being in one position. Another time, I had an interruption with it was the download. The video, when I watched back the video, because those videos I actually pre-record before I download them to YouTube. My summertime cover is off. I don't know why. The sound, I think it's the sound. The sound is before, so I sing lines before, and then when you're watching the video, you watch me do something crazy. That's not an editing trick. That's not anything like that. That's just literally the way it got downloaded and uploaded. That's the way it got uploaded to YouTube, and I was still doing one and done. I might redo that video, but the sound quality of it, I can't blame technical issues except for the fact that it didn't sync up the video with itself, and I don't know why it did that. And maybe it was something that I did when uploading it, when I released it live, but for some reason that happened with that video, and it hasn't happened again. So it's kind of strange in and of itself. But yeah, so hopefully, my chat still seems. Hi chat, how you doing? There's nobody there, so but my chat still seems to be up and running. I can try. Let me type something actually. Let me see if that will work. I'm gonna write, I am all alone in chat. So yeah, now chat just came up. Hopefully, because I'm not editing this, if I edit the video, the chat, for some reason, any chat conversations that I have go away. So keeping it raw, right next to me, it should be right around there. I think I got it right. There. There's me saying I am all alone in chat. So yeah, so chat seems to be fine. And when I play this back, I can see if it actually synced up. That's what I did that for. Just so you know, do it to keep chat running or something like that. But if there's interruption in the way this is coming across, I seem to have full connection again right now. So let's go there. Um, I wanted to get some feedback on whether people wanted me to continue the story, or go back. I have, you know, there's probably, maybe 100 stories that happened before this story. Like I said, I used this story to see, because it's a story about my relationship with talking on the phone or having in personal conversations with people, and how that affects the way that I interact with people. Because, like I said, this is totally different than having a conversation with, even having a conversation with chat. um, you're now watching a recorded video um, after I've done this, and here we are. I'm live, but even if chat came in here, I don't even know how I would react to it. I don't know how to react to just words. And then it goes into, like, how do I react to just a voice, and then it comes into, how do I act with a video of a person. I react differently to all of those. My reaction is different for all of those, but it's still not the same thing as if I was having a one-on-one in-person conversation with somebody. And those conversations, especially when I'm storytelling, those conversations is all that's where I think I'd like to believe. I never, trying to think if I actually did ever record it. I don't think I've ever actually physically recorded me having one of those conversations that turns into me telling a story, or me using a story as part of a conversation that I'm having with somebody. I have told stories with groups of people, very similar. Um, I've had people request, things, or talked about, how things, it's part of their narrative, and they have me tell a story that kind of relates to it. And because it's relating to it, those stories tend to be very similar to the original story that I told. They also tend to be shorter. They also tend to lack a lot of the detail, more to getting to the point of what they wanted, as opposed to me embellishing, creating like a nuance within people. And also, I always sowed the seed of doubt. Um, if I like to earn, I like to earn the belief, whether the story is true or not, or are completely and totally fiction, um, or complete fiction or not. Um, I My goal when I tell any story to somebody is to have them believe it. It doesn't matter if it's true. Just if they believe it, that makes the story itself true, not not the details, and not even, what really happened. Doesn't make that any less true or false. It just makes the story that I'm saying true. And I I usually have a very difficult time describing this to people who try to understand what storytellers are and how storytellers affect. I mentioned storytellers is, I believe it's a dying art form. I believe it's going away, and maybe I don't. I hope not. I would like to think that things like YouTube and Twitch, or even Twitter, um, is actually a place for storytellers to be. Um, I don't know. My welcoming to YouTube, like I said, I did this 7 years ago, and then I did it even longer ago. Pretty much a decade ago, over a decade. It's been more than that since the original patron saint of mediocrity stuff that I was doing. Um, that um, I did definitely had a hard time with the narrative of that. trying to be mediocre is really difficult, especially when you're telling stories, because my storytelling is definitely not. I'd like to think that it's not mediocre, and it's definitely not amateur. Um, but I do tell things like it's an amateur. It's like I said, everything's a mix. But the art of storytelling, that's the artistry I'd like to think that I have a good grasp on, not necessarily mastered, but I like to think that that's something that I have. That's where my singing is not my strength. Um, my grasp of the English language is definitely not my strength. Um, so you would think like, oh, Sean doesn't have any strengths in anything, and even fabricating and art and sculpting and things like that I love doing. I would even consider those things that I can do at a professional level, but I wouldn't call those my strengths. Where I'm really strong in is storytelling, and like I've always felt, even when I was 9 years old. I've always felt um, that it's not something that is accepted anymore. It is not something that is part of the dichotomy of society, and even to the point where storytelling is um, not it's the entertainment purposes only. Like if you look at like most newscasters, especially the far right um, newscasters, you'll see that most of them end up having a disclaimer, or if they've gone to court because of the lies that they've told. When they go to court, they say that these people are entertained. This is for entertainment value only. Who would believe the lie? And you're looking at millions of people believing the lie, and the dangerous threshold. That is, if that's where the storytelling's at, that's where I feel that we need to like look at that. That's not what storytelling should be. And that's my opinion. Maybe that's where in society storytelling is nowadays. Um, and they're definitely employing the tactic of presenting a lie as the truth. And most of their stories aren't very good, and they're pretty absurd. And it's not. I don't even think they use it to be the point of believability, but still millions of people believe it. And so I just like, is that what they really are doing? Is just you harping on the gullible, as opposed to being challenged by people whose belief systems and everything like that are rock solid, and they search for the truth in things, and then they hear your story and they can't decipher what in the story is true. And if they find something that's false in the story, they believe that the rest of the story is false, even though there probably has some truth in it. Or the exact opposite, where they wholeheartedly they find something that actually is true, like um, I'm a man, I'm male, I'm part of the male human species, and they find that hey, Sean said he was a male human species, so that must mean that everything that he said from here on in is absolutely 100% true. That type of I don't like that type of um where it's either true or false. Stories have their own, you know I'm using actual words. The words aren't fiction. The way I'm putting them together, that is where it becomes fiction. That's like that type of thing. So here I am comparing myself to pretty much the lowest common denominator in intelligence, these newscasters, and the people that follow them and trust them. And it what surprises me more is that the people that I have grown up with thinking are very intelligent, um, the fact that they would follow these people to whatever their end game is. I know people who I used to think were absolutely brilliant and probably some of the smartest people I know. They'll follow these freaking morons to the umpteenth to the end, and they don't realize, like, it even tells you that this is for entertainment purposes only. This is not news. This is not the thing. And yes, a lot of people believe, why would you write something down if it wasn't true? Guess what? That's why fiction exists. You know, there aren't, iRobot there isn't artificial intelligence trying to advocate for its own right to exist right now in our time. Maybe when the AI is actually watching this video, 10 could be 10 years from now, and they see that Sean says that the AI doesn't exist, and look, it exists now. Hey, it doesn't exist right now in 2020. There is definite movement for improvement on artificial intelligence, but iRobot is a written down piece of work that is absolutely 100% fiction, and it most likely will not be how the end of humanity through our robot overlords will take place. The rules don't work. Asimov definitely was a forward thinker, but definitely could not think beyond what it would mean for something to become self-aware from not having self-awareness. And I always try to think of it as like becoming self-aware is like that's babies maybe, but then again, babies possess an amount of self-awareness that they just lack the experience. But I think that a lot of people are born with predispositions and ways to react and how they feel about society. Yes, environment does play a role in it. Yes, environment will affect why people are scared of public speaking, why people can't do singing, while others like me, who basically, I don't worry about whether I'm singing on key or not. I have no compunction. I have no compunction to just let it out and do it. And I definitely think that some of my songs that I'm singing, I can't really hear, so I couldn't even tell you if it is sung right, and I'm using my bad hearing to mimic what I hear in the song, and that when I hear that translated back, I realize I have to make adjustments. So then it becomes me guessing as best I can. And yes, I fully admit that as much as I like to emulate a person like Freddie Mercury, I do not have the vocal cords. And I even knew that when I sang that song, that I don't have the vocal cords to actually do that song any justice. If I did, totally by mistake. Um, I definitely did my best of that, but like as far as me listening back to it, I can hear I hear a completely different take than what I imagined it was when I sang it. Um, and it I think I hit the right notes a few times, maybe, maybe. But like I said, I don't even know how it's actually supposed to sound like. I just know what I hear, which is all you're getting. What I hear might be what you hear when you hear me singing. That off key, that bad tempo, all those things that my frequencies a little bit off and stuff like that. That might be you might be actually when you hear me singing a song back, you might be hearing what I'm hearing when I listen to any song. And that's the degradation of how the song goes for me is you have the original singer, and I'm probably not listening to it or hearing it at its full potential, but I like it. I like the message that they're portraying. I like this. And when I write a parody, I'm just writing the parody using that voice, um, to create my own song that I'm more related to. That's all parody is for me. But yeah, the next level from that is me listening to that, what I sang. So I hear it, what I hear, and then what I sing. To me, those are identical. Um, they're 100% identical. I'm in my mind, I am matching what I hear in a song, 100%. No, um, no mistakes, nothing as far as the song. I am matching how a singer sings the song, 100%. Then you have me listening to it back, and when I listen to a song back, um, it's awful. Now you have the song that I think that I just sang it there, and when another person hears my singing, they're probably listening to. I don't like I said I don't know how bad I'm singing. They're probably listening to my version. You hear what I'm hearing, maybe, and yeah, it definitely shows that it's maybe I have never heard songs to their full potential, which I think is kind of sad. But that when I hear it back, I'm just like, ugh. And that's the reason why I hate the sound of my voice so much. So what I do and what I've done now, this is where we get into even wackier things, is I then guess based on how I sung the song, then guess what I want it to sound like to what I hear, to what I know that I produce. So I'm basically trying to make it my best guess, and sometimes higher, sometimes lower, sometimes completely monotone because I can't. I'm having trouble differentiating on this. And those songs, when I hear them back, sometimes they're closer, and sometimes I just completely miss the mark. And that's that out of 100 songs, you could probably if you actually if you could stomach it, a person could actually probably figure out when I started guessing to and how close I've been getting to the actual song. I can use a really good example, the Rainbow Connection. Um, I That's one of the reasons why I knew that I was actually slipping into my Kermit the Frog, but I also know that my Kermit the Frog doesn't match up when I listen to it. So what I did was I tried to every time I tried to match it exactly, I tried to change it just that slight bit more, still retaining semi Kermit the Frog-esque voice, but also what I want the sound, what I want the song to sound like. And that result, doing that result, what it resulted in with Rainbow Connection is, I think that it actually sounds incredibly good. I think that that's, as far as singing wise, that's probably one of my best songs. There's my favorite of the Loud Noises is If I Was an Orc from If I Was a Boy. That's my favorite. That's my favorite song, and I actually think that that song, also kind of off the cuff. I did rehearse it like 7 or 8 times, and I literally could not figure out how, because I wasn't, when I rehearse a song, I don't record how it actually physically sounds. When the sound that you hear is the first recorded sound of that song for me. But I did practice that a little bit to try to get kind of the nuances, because If I Was a Boy, that song has a lot of little like, you know, going into them, even though the music stays pretty much consistent all the way through. And I try to get those nuances in there as well. And I think that, it would be technically my third parody song, but the number two in Loud Noises too, 51. No, 50, 52. It was 52. So my 52nd song that I sang, I think that it came out absolutely awesome. I love that song. I love how it came out. And when I wrote the description, I said that. And in fact, I think that that's the song that for the next 48 songs that I sang, that's the song that I was trying to chase to improve upon and be better. And with, and Rainbow Connection happened before the song, but I think really that song is really where I was actually pushing to have that happen. And I think that there's only been 2 songs, maybe 3 songs that I actually, I think are as far as like, are actually even better than just passable as a song. I think that I think I have like 3 songs since I definitely count If I Were an Orc as one of the songs that actually is worth it. I would recommend that song over pretty much any other song that I have. But going forward through the songs, I think I have like 2 or 3 songs that actually the Project Melody song I think is actually came out really, really good. Offline, the Wallflowers One Headlight song I think came out incredible. And that's what's scary with that song, is that song had no practice. That was just one and done. And I think that was one of the few times when, my practice was actually I didn't need to practice for, getting that song done. And I have sang a few songs because I have had a few songs that where the practice, I think the practice came out better than the actual performance of the song. And it's kind of a shame because I didn't record that. But if I did record that again, just like Wallflowers, I would not have I would not have done a practice into a live. You would have gotten just what I created, and that's it. And then you have songs that I absolutely 100% struggled with. I'm trying to think of ones that, obviously, Bohemian Rhapsody, um, 100 Noises Loud, is the parody of it. The last one, I struggled with that song. I probably practiced it like 4 or 5 times before finally just basically saying, I'm just going to give it what it did. And there was a few practices that I think I did better, singing wise, than I did in the actual performance. So I all those practices meant nothing. I could have just. It's like a yawn. Oh, sorry about the yawning, people. Um, but the second, all those practices, before I went live, kind of a waste. I might as well have just, hit the record button and played it, and that would have been nice to do, but I didn't do that. I really tried to emulate Freddie Mercury, and I think it was just too big of an ask for me, and I should have just calmed down on it and just sang the song. I hope my songs sound better. I hope it does sound better than what I hear. All of them, including the ones that I think are passable as songs. Somebody actually commented how Norwegian Wood came out, and I have to admit, I I don't think I captured the Beatles' magic, but if I sang it well, I can't see that, and that makes that. I think that's kind of. I think it's one of my disappointments in in the whole this whole exercise, because I I feel great that there are people that will enjoy the songs. Yeah, the songs that people have picked out as far as what they like best. Holy cow! I I really don't. I mean, I guess they could care. I guess they care for the song enough, or they like the song, and especially when I did covers, because somebody liked the Billy Joel song, and I thought that of all my home theme songs, I think that was my worst of the three. And I did those right, bing, 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 bing. I did Billy Joel's "You're My Home." I did Depeche Mode's "Home," and I did Motley Crue's "Home Sweet Home." I did those 1, 2, 3, and um, yeah, I did those 1, 2, 3, and I think out of those three songs, I actually don't think any of them. I don't think any of them I did well, but those three songs, I thought the Billy Joel song was my worst. And if you go through and you look at that song, you'll realize that somebody commented on it and said, they loved it. And it's amazing to me that maybe is there something that I don't hear that somebody else is hearing? And I hope that that's the case. I hope that as much as I make fun of my singing and stuff like that, and just talk about how bad it is, I hope that it's definitely a lot better than what I hear. Because I don't make fun of my singing because oh, Sean's just being humble and it's this stuff. No, I'm just trying to be honest about it. If you have expectations for a professional song sung to you, one, I always make a mistake. I can't think of one. I don't know one song that I sang that I did incredible. That I was on pitch, on beat, on that I didn't make at least some mistake. That if I didn't have that rule of one and done, I would have probably recorded it at least a dozen times. Until I basically got it right. And having, doing that, I think also becomes a crutch, to where I'm just going to, I'm going to record, I would record the practices. I'm just going to record everything and, spend, an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, however many hours it takes till I find the best one, and then produce that best one. And it's just like going, no, that's probably not, can you imagine when I didn't have this microphone? Can you imagine how crazy that would have been, um, to re-record and re-record a million times? Um, it, I don't think I would have produced any songs, especially without the microphone. Without the microphone, I don't think this. And if wasn't making those videos, um, without the microphone, I wouldn't have even known that I needed a microphone. So like, it gets into really dicey territory real quickly, about having the microphone, because why would I need a microphone when I'll just keep recording it till either hoarse and can't sing anymore, or I I probably would have hung it up and not produced any songs then. So that's why that rule exists. See, everybody keeps talking about, like, it was one of the funny comments that somebody made when I talking about these are the rules to loud noises, and they were like going, "Oh, I don't like rules," and it's like going, "Yeah, but this isn't for you. Those rules are for me. Those rules are for me, and to let you know what to expect. That's it." And I even ended it with the last rule being like, "Oh, things are going to change, and I might not, what you're expecting might not be here anymore." The only reason that 100 Noises Loud, the Queen Bohemian Rhapsody parody, the only reason that the rules are so I don't need rules anymore, my rules, or I don't need rules anymore, is because even though I was still under 5,000, it wouldn't produce the song. I think it might have been too many lines. Whatever system that U2 had in place, because I was actually trying to get, I didn't even without the rules, I still wasn't able to record it. And you'll see how the lyrics came out like all jumbled together. And yeah, I didn't like the way that came out either. I like to have nice long lyric sheet, especially where breaks are concerned. And no, I didn't have that for. Could be too many spaces. Could have been anything. That's probably my longest description. So, yeah, the rules got cut, only because YouTube wouldn't allow me to have that. I definitely would like to, I don't know how long it's going to take before I start actually hearing from people about what they want to see and how they want to see it. But I've been going through, how to succeed or mistakes people make, and everything like that. And they all say the same, same stupid thing over and over again. Stay consistent and um, take what your community is telling you. This, and my biggest problem with what the community is telling me is they're telling me very little. I don't even know if the direction that unscripted is now going in. I don't know if I'm going to convert that into videos or not, or do whatever I wanted to do, make clips or memes or whatever is going to happen with it. I don't know if that's in the cards. I don't know. And a big reason for me not knowing is the fact that I am looking for, I've said this a million times. I am actually looking for feedback. And those, the few people that have given me feedback, and a couple people fairly consistently, I don't know if you noticed, but I take that to heart. And it definitely affects, the things that people say. Please don't say any hateful things. And that would be just a waste of time. It's almost as bad as somebody disliking or even liking the video and watching for only a few seconds. I mean, I'm now getting in close to 50 minutes of this video, which hopefully will go through. But a person's going to watch it for 2 seconds and be I'm out of here type of deal. And it's like, why come in or like or dislike the video if you're not going to watch it? If you watch it, liking and disliking, and if you didn't leave a comment, that's really what I'm looking for. But it's I tend to trust the like or the dislike more if the person was sticking around. And I don't know if it's because they're so used to going on to people who are monetized so often that when you basically just click on a video, don't even watch it, and just click dislike and you're out. I don't know if they realize that, because they've been doing it to people who are much larger, where the dislike has, very little impact on how the page is viewed. I don't think they realize that. That's why nobody even comments on it or looks at it or sees it. But when you are the only view that day, I know that you were there for 2 seconds. I can tell you how long you've been there. When you're watching a video that has no views and you're the first view and you watch for 2 seconds, I can see that the view, the timing on the video is only, 0.02 or whatever the frick they do. I think it's they do less than 0.01%, and of time. And I can tell you that I can tell you exactly how long you do it. They show up a freaking algorithm of like how long people take to react to my video, and it's like, here it is at 4 seconds. Sometimes 4 seconds. That's just long enough to have it playing when you click on it, and you to click dislike and leave. Most times I don't even. The only reason I've been trying to say things as I go live, which playing it back, I see that it's cut. Some things get cut off because I'm trying to get down to that 4 second thing to either thank you or basically be like, go, or just do the let's go, so that they have something to hear before it happens. But it takes, when I was doing loud noises, I had to click play, and then after I clicked play, then I had to click on the music, and there's usually a 3 or 4 second delay on that as well. So by 7, 8, 9, 10 seconds, we haven't even heard one note of music yet, and I've had ones that go longer without anything. And to dislike something that all you did was see my face, is my face that dislikable? Is that why you're clicking dislike? It doesn't, I don't understand it. But you're a hateful person, and that's probably why I don't understand you. And I don't want to understand you. That's what it all boils down to. And you're not even. Why would you be here for for almost an hour? Hear me talk badly about you? You're not. You're not here. And I'm talking to people that actually want to hear the things that I have to say. And it's kind of really weird that here you are occupying now time. Forget the space in my head that you're renting, but now you're occupying time that I should be dealing with the audience that actually is still paying attention. but it's just something that bothers me. I am I'm actually really nervous that I'm going to lose 15 minutes of this video, but I'm going to probably end this now. Just because if it is only a 7-minute video, I don't know what I'm going to do with a 7-minute video because it should be almost an hour. All right, but yeah, let's end this here because I'm kind of a tirade. For those of you who don't know, from watching this actual video, for those who don't know, where would you like me to go with my storytelling? Would you like me to stick with this line? Would you like me to just do a highlight? Would you like me to do something that actually relates to topics that I want to discuss and talk about? And we'll do like a topic discussion before I tell the story, or tell the story and then do a topic discussion. There's a million different directions that I could be going in, and I'm going to decide one. But if something works better for you, yeah, just comment below. All right, and as always, cool beans, and I'll see you next time. All right, let's do this. This is to give my one little troll nothing. Oh. Not really one to give out. Ooh. I'm not really one to give out a lot of advice. Basically, a lot of what I present is more along the lines of, this is how I've done it. You can try it that way. It might work for you. It might not. Kind of like do it like that. I don't tell people what to do or how to do them or how to be. I don't even tell my troll what to do. They're just fucking idiot, and I don't. It shouldn't upset me, but it does. And as long as I continue to let it upset me, eventually, it might be. This might be really good training ground for me in the future when people give me a lot of hate or a lot of grief. See, that's the thing, is if people are giving me hate, or constructive criticism or negative comments and things like that, I wouldn't say that it's definitely not better. It would be definitely different than what this person's doing. And I include the people who click like as well, especially the ones that only stay for a very short period of time. Most of them don't even hear the music, and they're clicking like or dislike and stuff like that. And it's just like, I'm not gonna tell you what to do. Do what you want to do, but it's just like, why my page? There is probably a million pages out there that you can go and do nothing on, like you're doing with my page. I should be completely under the radar, and the fact that I'm not makes it even more discerning, because I know who it is. I know why they're doing it. And it's for the stupidest reason possible. And I shouldn't let it get to me. Um, they they're just thinking that they're being funny, and it's kind of like pranking me, and it's stupid. It's just stupid. I don't even like you. How's that? I mean, the truth of the matter is that the person who's doing it, we've never really been friends. We're never really been close. It's the reason why they don't comment, to bring attention to themselves, um, and yeah, they don't know me, and I don't really know them. And the funny thing about it is, by doing what they're doing, I really don't want to know them. I mean, all they've done is lied to me. Um, uh, when I presented the idea of me doing these things, they told me to stop. They told me it was ridiculous. Um, why would you bother? Type of deal. And now, because they know the page, they're coming in and just disliking everything. And I wish there was some substance to it. And they're obviously not going to give it to me ever. And they're just going to be, ha ha ha, he he he. Look at what I did. And you know what? Nobody's going to know that you did it, because I'm not even going to expose you. And I might even have the wrong person. So I might think it's somebody else. So I might be giving credit to somebody else other than you. Go figure. Just wish they would just stop being stupid and just leave me alone. I don't get very much, you know. My page is growing. It's doing what it's supposed to do. And I mean, I'd say that they were upset the fact that I stopped doing the parody videos, but the truth of the matter is that they were disliking the parody videos too. So nothing makes them happy. Nothing that I've done, it's just basically, they made their face to face to me. They made their very clear that they had no interest in this at all, and the fact that they were here, it just shows it's just so stupid. Just go away. Go if you're watching this far, because because you don't even stay past 10 seconds. Just go away. Get the fuck away. Why are you here? Um, Getting to things that I wanted to talk about. I've been very focused on storytelling, with past unscripteds, and I I think that most people think that writers are storytellers, and yes, there are storytelling writers, and there are storytellers who write. Same thing. So what I'm going to do is that I'm just going to, I've already broke down what an actual storyteller is, so I'm going to break down what an actual writer is. For me as a writer, I have three rules. Um, Three rules for writing, and I adhere to them fairly strictly. The first rule is to write. It's very simple. You can't be a writer if you don't write. If you are writing, you are a writer. There is no, there's nothing else to that. It's very simple. If you are writing, you are a writer. It doesn't matter what you're writing. It doesn't matter how you're doing it. But um, if you're writing, you're a writer. The second rule is don't stop writing. And that's really important, because when you stop writing, you're no longer a writer. It's it's very basic. Writers write. Writers put down words on paper. They either type on computer screen. Typists are writers. same thing. Um, it doesn't have to be coherent. It doesn't have to make sense. It doesn't have to do this. Only thing you have to do is write and not stop writing. My third rule, which is I always have 3 rules of things. The third rule is write what you want to read, and that's my personal thing, because the two other rules, rule 1 and rule 2, is what makes you a writer. You don't need to write what you want to read in order to be a writer. Those things make you a writer. But for me as a writer, I want to write the things that I want to read. That's number 3 rules. I don't have any more rules. There's no more things to it. All of the self-help writer's guides and writing things, and even classes that you could take, for me, it's all useless. It's all limiting. It limits your creativity. It limits your ability to put down on paper. It limits you. You know, you don't need those things unless you feel that you need to be limited or constrained or held down to write. And it does not. You should not be constrained. In my opinion, I should never be constrained to write. Writing should be what I do. Nothing else to it. The So with those 3 rules, you can see how storytelling, what I was showing storyteller, I don't have to be a writer in order to storytell. I don't even have to memorize or remember or chronicle or, save for posterity, any of those things to be a storyteller. Storytelling only have to do is tell a story. I have probably a lot more rules to my storytelling. Each one of my rules is limiting. I have expectations as a storyteller that I don't have as a writer. And yes, I do both. And yes, you can be both. You can write stories. You can convey to a reader, can be a listener of your stories. I mean, it's very plain and simple, but you don't necessarily have to have it. You don't even necessarily have to take what's inside your head and put it on paper. That none of that has to happen in order to be a writer. I think the reason that I have more rules for myself as a storyteller is because the stories that I tell, I use constantly. I tell them over and over again. I tell them differently. I've tweaked them. I work them. Kind of like with people, what people would say that a writer does with a script and doing rewrites and things like that. But storytelling for me is a more communal. Writing to me is very solitary. I usually don't like, again, you can have people criticizing you and giving you input, but you have to write in order to be a writer. That's it. That's really what it all boils down to. And like the third rule really for me is what storytelling is. I would want to read stories. I would want to do that. I have a long history with writing. And I have no excuse as to why I haven't fulfilled my obligations as a writer to offers people have made me. Um, and I, like you said, there's no excuse for it. It is what it is. My life happened, and writing took a backseat instead of being where it should be, which is the forefront of what I'm doing in order to, you set a goal for yourself. You should actually, eventually meet it, right? Well, I had all the time in the world, and I, no deadlines. No deadlines means that it's might never get finished. Um, um, yeah, there's, like with storytelling, I have a lot of stories or things that I want to write in my head, and I don't know why I don't. I have written. I have been a writer, especially with those stories that I have jumbled around in my head. But yeah, it is it is what it is. I don't know. I don't know if I should continue the story that I was telling before, or if I should go, way back, maybe even to my birth, or go forward, to the stories that I'm now working on, that are getting added. I don't know. Um, it's a lot of I'm still working out whether I want to stay being a VTuber, um, and it's probably why you see a lot of shifting about and everything like that. The um, I actually miss doing the singing, and maybe I'll just do that for a little bit, and kind of like regroup. But yeah, if I can't handle one stupid little troll, um, what would I do with 50 or 1,000 haters? I think that what it is that and I kind of get I try to lump what it actually means is why I lump the likes in there. The reason I don't mind the likes is because it means that somebody kind of just it could be a pity like, it could be they genuinely like it and they just don't know how to express themselves, or they want to stay anonymous and stuff like that. um and that could be true for my troll might want to stay anonymous. That's why I'm not going to call them out. um but it just feels hollow and empty, and with the dislikes it just feels like it's done to be malicious. I mean, I can't think of one thing one thing with my page that they've actually seen that they've clicked on a like for. I can't name it. I can account for every single like that I have on my page, and they're not one of them. They are the dislikes that are going all the way down. Um, they, obviously, if they actually liked something, it would erase their dislike of it. So, and it's not happening. I had somebody else come in with a dislike, and I had another. I wouldn't call them a troll because they've only disliked one thing, and I still think it's kind of funny because it's one of the songs that I absolutely think is amazing. Um, I actually, listened to it, and it got two dislikes. It's the only thing with two dislikes, but consistently my trawlers, especially the unscripted, which is brand new, they have disliked every single one so far, and like I said, I gotta, if I can't handle having a dislike and it eats away at me as much as this is, maybe I shouldn't be doing this. What would I do? What would I do if everything that I see is just open criticism and not um, the what I've been getting, especially comment wise. The comments I am absolutely blessed with the people who commented. They are very giving, and I actually adore them for it, um, because it's very encouraging to continue on and stuff like that. And I have to remind myself that there are people kind of rooting for me to you know I have 21 subscribers. That's 21 people. 21 more, 20 more people than the one person that's, basically, frustrating me because I don't know what's going to please them other than just telling them to leave. I mean, there's nothing, they don't like anything that I do. And I don't know. I don't know what creates a person like that. And they're not alone. I watched even the strongest YouTubers, just get eaten up by these evil trolls. And I don't know if it's bullying, and and I shouldn't, die. You shouldn't let the bullies win. And it's just like, maybe, but it's not them. It's me. Maybe I'm not cut out for this shit. Um, I asked if I was too old to be doing this, and maybe I am. Maybe it's not just my age. Maybe it's just that basically in my life I've moved on past this, need for attention and self gratification, and maybe I really am looking for to have 1,000 subscribers or more, and 4,000 hits so that I can make money doing this. I mean, I do hate my job, so I do hate my day job. I would do anything to not do that anymore. I would rather have something that I find fulfilling, and maybe here I am thinking, well, doing YouTube is going to be fulfilling, and maybe it's not. Maybe it's just going to be draining. It's going to become a chore. I have absolutely mad respect for people who are YouTubers and Twitch streamers and Twitter people and people that get sponsors and make money doing this. I have mad respect for them because um, this isn't easy. And here I am. I'm now their competition, and I'm not making a dime on this. YouTube's making all the money if there is any money to be made, which keeps me out of the algorithm. I was I thought it was funny. I was looking up myself on my phone, and I looked up just my name, and I wasn't even in the first scroll down. I had to scroll, 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 and I still didn't find me. I had to then look up the video that I wanted to watch on my phone, and I looked it up, and I um, still wasn't the top person. I couldn't even find my own page searching for myself. That means that every day they continuously see that I have a new video in there, because it's not going to come up in their notifications. So it's going to come up after they finish watching a video, or open up their thing, and I'm just a suggested video. Well, you know what you can do? You can actually unsuggest me. I don't know why is that so difficult? If you said not interested, you know, I've been freaking, I wish I could tell YouTube to basically like say, that person that's been giving me the dislike, stop showing them, stop suggesting my page to them. And they only watch for 2 seconds. Why would you even suggest me? They got to watch other videos, right? They got to spend more time someplace else other than on my site. And sometimes they come in right away, and sometimes it takes them forever to get into my thing. But yeah, that's the problem with being unscripted, is that I don't have anything planned, and I'm just talking about crap, nonsense. Really shouldn't even be. They're nothing. They don't mean anything. They are the annoyance that they want to be, I guess, and that's why they continue. And I shouldn't care. I should not care about it. I should just water off a duck's back, as it were. Yeah, it should not. These things should not be bothering me. And I don't know. Maybe it's because I don't have the loud noise outlet that I was basically kind of falling upon as a crutch. I don't have streamers that I like watching, streaming for 24 hours anymore. It's their scheduled times don't match up with my scheduled times. My free time. So now I'm making videos again. And I'm debating whether it's a good thing. My views have definitely, because I'm not producing as many videos as I did before, my views have definitely dropped, almost bottomed out, view wise. But my watch times have gone, it literally has just done a complete and total switch. And the reason the views, my most popular video, the one that has the most views of all time, is now a month old. Well, it's 4 weeks old. Just past the 28 days. And once it passed the 28 days, that day because it wasn't the only video that was watched. That day I had close to 100 views, and total watch time was, I think, I can actually just look that up, can't I? Ha 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 ha. I can just look it up. I knew I could have more likes and freaking comments than I made someplace else than I do on my own page. Everything's so slow. Just creeping right along. I can tell you the exact, I'm going to tell you the exact numbers. Everything's just taking forever. I don't know if I'm slowing even my stream down. Hopefully this doesn't get in. Hopefully the video doesn't get interrupted. Yeah, I watched it. I watched it back. I watched 3 back again, and I didn't even see the chat even come up anymore. And I thought I had the chat turned on. Maybe I didn't. I'm not such a great loss, since there was really only one line in chat made by me. Right. With over 100 views, I had 0.7 hours. So let's even just round that up. Let's just call it 1 hour. That's with close to 100 views. And we'll just go with yesterday. Yesterday I had 7 views, only 7 views on my site, and I had 1.6. So basically an hour, just about an hour longer view time with 7 than I did with nearly 100. That is absolutely amazing to me. As much as like I was, complaining that the videos have gotten a dislike, the unscripted videos, view time wise, are now one of the most popular, the longest duration videos that I have on my site. Their total watch time, is 3 and 4 hours now combined. It's kind of astounding that I'm starting to get into like 4 hours of view time. Yeah, I watched the views. The views dropped over 100. And now my total views for the last 28 days is only 361 from close to 500 that I had a couple days ago, and it's as this is going to tick on, the views don't get much better. I mean, we did have a couple peak. I think June 11th I had a peak of 48 views. And let's see what I had watch time on June 11th. June 11th only had 1 hour, 1.1. So with half as many views, I had uh, close to half an hour more watch time on that video. And that video, that day, I had released 4 videos. On the 27th, on the 27th of May, I didn't release any videos at all. But a couple days prior, I released the All That Jazz from Chicago parody, which was all with Mayuni. And yeah, it's pretty astounding once you start thinking about like how it all relates to each other and how everything is, what it's supposed to be. So yeah, looking at analytics is, always interesting to do. That's been informing my decisions for the site. That's actually where I get most of my when I need to make a change. I look to the analytics and I see where people are progressing, where people are commenting. I basically throw everything into the mix and find out how to optimize it the best. But the pool of opinions, I have one person that just doesn't even watch it and doesn't, just dislikes it, and I can't use that information. It's useless. And I have other people who, sometimes sit through all of it, and it's kind of interesting. It's about twice as much of dislikes as to viewers, only because my one person who's disliking everything is very consistent, even more consistent than all my subscribers combined. And I wish I could utilize that. At least I wish I could like harness that type of dedication. But I mean, being dedicated with hate is much different than being dedicated with anything else. It's the worst, but it always seems to be the most expedient way. Yeah, the person who's disliking all the videos just hates me. And they don't even rate, as far as people hating me, they don't even rate in even the top 100 people that hate me in my life. Nowhere close. Like I said, you're going to be forgotten. And when you are, I won't even care to remember you. I won't even think about, I won't even think about you, because that's what you chose to do, and it's not helpful. It's nothing. Just like you. I want to tell stories, but it just watching back the story, how long it took to set up, how long I tried to groom the viewers into understanding, you know, what would probably give them the most enjoyment watching me tell stories. But it's not the same. It's not the same as if I was telling you the story right, outright with no. I wouldn't even need um, handicaps that I need for the site where I over explain everything and do it that way. Um, yeah, maybe I should make a clip of all the times that I've yawned. I know that I've been yawning like crazy lately, and it is not. It is not filming. That's what I want to do. I'm not bored, but I am. I am overworked. I do put in about 10 hours of actual physical labor every day, and um, it to keep this up, even to sing, even when I was just singing songs. That's why I did them in blocks. But to keep this up, it takes a lot out of me, and it's very very draining, and it's pretty tough. I hate the fact that you know I started playing Final Fantasy 14, and I haven't gone back in to play anymore because I just don't have time. I want to. I want to do League of Legends. I want. I love those games. I love even Lord of the Rings Online. I love it. And the problem that I'm faced with is that how much free time can I actually spend on these things, and it just usually just comes down to none. Um, Even making videos, that's videos. Like to see trolls do this. This isn't easy. This isn't. I love doing it. There is nothing that I can think of that I would rather be doing other than doing this. Well, there's a couple of things that I can think of, but um, comparing my free time, um, I would definitely take this. It actually means a lot to me to do it. I think that's why it hurts so much when somebody just basically gives feels like an offhanded a throwaway dislike on a video, because I care. I don't know how to convey how much that this actually means to me to do this. I feel like I haven't done something like this in a long time. Um, I used to always have, going to parties with friends and things like that, going to bars. I used to always have an outlet for this, and you know, I don't anymore. I become kind of a shut in. And when I was doing the sleep testing for NASA, um, and they wouldn't let me film. When I did that, which it ended up being a wash anyway, but when I ended up doing that, I thought this is like, you know, what you do when you're cooped up. You know, you can film, 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 and it is, you know, but I'm struggling with the lack of um, connection. I think, and I it's been no fun actually. And like I said, I give anybody who's a YouTuber, whether they're even not, whether they're succeeding or not. And if you're not succeeding, hey, you know, just make a comment and I'll come check you out. And yeah, you don't even need to subscribe to me, but I'll subscribe to you. I'll check. I just what was his? It's really bad when you can't remember people. I think I'm getting Alzheimer's. I think I'm getting old time. I just remember being called a boomer, and I just I've been actually pretty proud of being a Gen Xer, and Gen Xers seem to just be missing. Seem to be missing from everything, and um, maybe that is it. Maybe that really is a good thing. Maybe. Um, maybe. Let's see what we got going on here. No, 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 don't start. Yeah. Um, yeah, getting back to what I was saying. You know, I I adored my apology video. I thought it was, you know, kind of crazy and yeah, very funny. And um, I had a couple people actually comment it, and one person took out their comment. Like, you know, wash their hands of me. I guess because I'm not big enough. Um, I think that's I think that's one of the, you know, the realities of why I'm, struggling with, wanting to, because I like doing this. I want to continue to do this, but I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe it's just not for me. And I wanted to. It's kind of funny because like I wanted to talk about like writing and storytelling and maybe even getting into dating tips or whatever. I could do any I could do any subject. So and you know anything to have fun. But it's I definitely thought that I would have a lot more feedback And maybe it's because I look at, maybe because I watch too many pages, that of people who have, 500,000 subscribers, or even 100,000 subscribers. I watch too many of those videos, and they just get inundated by. I mean, like, absolutely, smashed, with comments, and I don't even know how I can't even imagine how I would be able to keep up if I had something like that. Um, Now, right now, where I'm at, the few comments that I get, I'm able to, comment right back. And, it's a little disheartening, when you realize, like, that, I guess, because I feel I can be so much more. And yeah, or yes, if I quit, I won't be anything. But I definitely feel like I'm just spinning my wheels though. Um, and I don't know if I want to continue just spinning my wheels. How long can I do that? It was like the joke I made in my Lux parody with the King George songs. He got demonetized. Well, I'm not even monetized, so YouTube can't demonetize me when they're paying me nothing to do this. I can basically use any song. Not all right. I can't basically use any song, but I can use most songs, and let the owners basically have it because I'm not making any money on it. Maybe they can, and I don't know how much I'm going to change over. If I became, like, let's say tomorrow, like, all of a sudden I wake up and I have, 980 subscribers, which, just so you know, there are some YouTubers that actually get that in a day. But I have 980 new subscribers, and they're all basically just, burning through my site like crazy mad. And, you know, that the viewers don't matter, but view time, how long people have actually, spent time watching my videos, that's where it is. That's where the money's going to be. That's where the money's hiding. I mean, I can see myself in one day, becoming monetized, and I would lose. I wouldn't lose the subscribers, but I would lose all the watch time that they have until I, officially become monetized, which is one of the reasons why I want to do this slowly. I don't want to, like, wake up, tomorrow, and like 15 minutes after I went to bed, I have the potential to be monetized. So that means YouTube's making money on me, and I can't even turn on the monetization part of YouTube. It's That's the one good thing about, like, if I'm clicking up, clicking up, clicking up, maybe I'll stay awake to get to the, once I hit 1,000. So one, I can congratulate whoever my 1,000 subscriber is, um, but also that I can switch over and I can start learning how monetization works and where I want YouTube to send the money and all the other fun stuff that comes along with it that I don't have any access to right now that I'm not monetized. Um, and I don't want anybody to think that you know, that I favor even the celebrity aspects of YouTube over them. Um, I want you all to know that the people who watch my videos, you are it. You are all. You literally are all that matters to me. As far as me on YouTube, as far as my presence and stuff like that, people who watch my videos, that's all that matters. And I want to give you. I want to improve. I want to be better. I have um, definitely have the potential to be more than what I'm actually doing, and I'm a little rudderless, as it were. But unlike with writing, somebody says they're a sci-fi. Somebody says they're a sci-fi writer. They're a writer. That's all that matters. Whether it's science fiction or not, who cares? But being a writer is all that matters. Um, random thought just in my head, talking about what we were talking about earlier. I I can't say that I'm used to my voice. I am definitely more tolerant of it. And I hope I can eventually get to a point where I can actually, enjoy it. Oh, how great would that be? I wish I could hear what, especially some of the commenters that have heard where my videos are concerned. Maybe my opinion would change on where I rate my singing. Um, I can be an egomaniac, so I can definitely see that something like that would go to my head. But I would love to explore that aspect of it. So we're gonna make it happen. Um, I think what really bothers me is that there's just so much. Um, yeah, every time I start a new playlist, I get comments from people, you know, why are you changing everything and moving into this direction? It's because I don't feel that direction has been working for me. I'd rather have fewer viewers and more time they spend watching it, or they're not. I don't know. Maybe my next karaoke will be adding. I was singing 4 songs in a day. Maybe having a block of 4 songs. Um, so yawny. Like I said, I'm not really bored. I'm just tired. Um, Fall asleep right here in this chair. Um, I think this is probably a good place to end it. I hope you found the beginning. I did that to be funny. Kind of like I'm not here. Um, start, and maybe that my troll will basically just pass this one on by. Maybe, probably not. I mean, they're pretty consistent, and I probably have to take a couple of days off in order to kind of like thwart them when they come in. Hopefully they lose my webpage. Maybe. So yeah, let's end it here. I want you guys all to have a wonderful night. Um, and cool beans. All right. Take care. And we are Live. Let's do this. All right. I started it up, and literally as soon as I started up my live stream a few hours ago, actually this morning, I got called into work. So I had to end the stream. I had like I think a minute and change, and I was going to like basically save it so you guys can see like that difference, but there wasn't even enough to really justify saving what I had with the first stream that happened this morning. So we're gonna do this. Do it again. I am worried that I'm just, as much as I'm struggling and as much as I'm fighting against it and stuff like that, I'm fading away. And it's I think everybody goes through that, and so I'm not unique in what that means. And I think it's not really a regret, but my biggest disappointment where my life is concerned is that I had so much, I still have so much more, and I don't, you can see that there is, video after video after video after video, and I'm barely even scratching the surface. And that's pretty much how my life, the first 50 years, because there might be 50 more years, but it's pretty much how my life has, my modus operandus has been. And I don't know how to change it. I was going to get, and I might still do it. I might still do what somewhat planned. As I was going to, yesterday I watched the anime Rent a Girlfriend, and a question was asked, would I date somebody who works as a rental girlfriend, if they wanted to take it beyond the rental thing. And I don't know how we would have met. I don't even, I'm out. I don't date anymore. So I don't even, I'm not on the market, as it were, to date anybody. But before, there was, when I was dating, there was online types of dating. There were, plenty of bars, that you could go meet people. There was definitely meet and greets and things like that. And, plenty of things that I would have had at my disposal. My life had never been in a position where I've never been in a position where I would have had to hire an escort, or rent a girlfriend, or have something like that. I had always had. I'm not, when I was dating, I wasn't strictly a monogamous dater. The people that I've dated, had other people. the difference between it is that when they set the rules of our dating relationship to where we're supposed to be monogamous, I was monogamous. If they decided that they needed, to secretly and lie and go outside of the boundaries of what our relationship was and cheat on me, which I am not. Um, I have never been that type of person to cheat on somebody because it's not worth it. But I've always been, fairly honest, even though some of my honesty um, had been, misinterpreted and, misread, if you can say that. That it was, I was kidding or I was lying or I was saying something that wasn't true. And the truth of the matter is that I never, I don't hide those things. I do hide my feelings. I do hide who I am. I do, um, as you saw the story with the storytelling, I told lots and lots of stories, but when, you know, I've always found that my word and the things that I, say, even in a joking fashion, there's truth to it. There's, I maybe I said it in a joking way because that was an easier pill for the people that I was saying those things to swallow, and they thought I was just kidding. Um, that gets into the rules. Now, when I first started dating, I didn't have those rules. The rules came out of the necessity that I had um, to go forward and with I had always been approached. Um, I had always had people requesting my time, and it's one of the reasons why one of the first rules for dating. I don't know. It gets kind of iffy when the first rule is, but I always talk about because big question is who pays, and I had to make it so that one I have even when I made a lot of money, I have never been a person of unlimited funds. Um, and so I had to make the rule because I'm not, and the rule is really simple. The rule is the person who pays is the person who asks. If I ask a woman or even a man, it doesn't matter. But if I usually most of the people I dated were of the opposite sex. But if I solicited for somebody's time, if I was asking for their time, I paid. I paid for everything, whatever the activity was, movie, whatever the date entailed. Even carriage rides and presents, and if we went shopping, I paid. I paid for everything. That has been the core of it. If somebody asked me to go on a date, it's not my date. It's their date. They're there to impress me. They're there to get to know me as I get to know them. But it's they pay. They pay the whole thing. They pay for everything. I usually don't have expectations on dates. Even a kiss goodnight. I never, especially if I'm not the one asking. My expectations are rock bottom. This is an activity or a movie or a restaurant that this person wants to go to. Is can be there to impress me, but it's there. That is their. This is them showing who they are, and it could just be a trip to McDonald's, going to a spot, a lover's place, and spending the entire date in a parked car. It could be that. It's their date, and that's what they planned, and sometimes it doesn't go to a second date. Sometimes there's an expectation of me to ask for the second date, and I usually don't. And um, you know, I have had very impressive. I have been very impressed and stuff like that, and I have one upped the date. I have gone to sporting events, and I'm not really a sports person, so I would go to a sporting event. But my expectation has always been if I was, like it doesn't have to be a romantic date. That's why I included, men and women in that. And even though most of my romantic dates have been with women, most of the people that I approach, because I want to get to know, are usually the opposite sex. But it could just be if somebody wants to be a buddy. Conventions. Used to go to a lot of conventions. Used to be, big nerd. So used to have all of that. Here I am saying I used to be a big nerd. I still am a huge nerd. So obviously, if somebody knows that that's something that I like, I mean, obviously, I'm definitely going to say yes. Again, I always keep my expectations to zero. No expectations. There are projects and stuff like that I have done with people, cosplay, um, fabrications, and things like that. And most of the time, it's my gift to them, even if it's not the date, but we've taken those things and we brought them gaming conventions and stuff like that. Love I'm right there with you, and I have lots of gaming things that I do, miniatures and things like that I would bring with me. But that's not, obviously that they're not going to pay to have, me to have the pieces if I already have them. That's not what I'm talking about. But but as far as like tickets, sometimes if they want to get T-shirts and things like that, something to remember the convention by, I usually don't pay. Meals, I usually don't pay. If I'm their guest, I'm I usually have the expectation of being treated as the guest. So where dating is concerned, that is it. The other thing is, like rule number, I guess we're going to call it rule number 2, is if somebody, I know what it's like to be turned down, said no to, even mocked when asking a person out. And I know like how devastating that is, because usually people not only put a lot of time into the asking a person out, they already have the activities and the things that they want, that they would like to do with the person that they're asking out. And, to me, it seems like that's such a waste. And so I always say yes. Sometimes we have to fit it in my schedule. I used to have a very tight schedule on how I went out and stuff like that. And it, tried to fit and work with the person who, asked me schedule. And there had been, especially when I was in college, there had been large things where I, did not even have the time to ask somebody else, to be the person paying, as it were. I did not have the time to actually, request other people, because so much of my time was being taken up by requests to do things. And, I like that. It's crazy. It's hard to keep track of. And I think it's one of the main reasons why I had what I called my fan club in college, because there was a lot of people who were vying for my time, and they got it because I didn't tell them no. Um, there was a lot of jealousy. There was a lot of in stuff that I actually wasn't privy to um, when this was going on. And I think that I kind of wish, in a small way, I kind of wish that I did know, because I would have actually stopped it. Um, I it's I don't see people as objects. I don't see people as, something for me to own. And I think that I feel that way is because I can't tell you how many people that I've been with have tried to possess me. And I know that feeling, and I don't like it. I've never liked it. Um, and that goes to, when people think that they're winning, winning, me as a prize, they, if they didn't figure it out, I never was the prize. I never was a prize to be had. Um, so yeah, I always say yes. But again, saying yes, it's not just like an immediate, I drop everything and, go do the date. It's, that you have to work with me. One of the things, and I don't know if this can be considered a rule or not, but those two rules are basically, that's exactly how I did all the dates. And of course, no expectations goes into that, and there's I have a whole series of things, of how I conducted myself. Um, but when I ask somebody out, again, no expectations, no, I'm buying this for you. Um, I now you now have to, give back to me. There was no give back. I think that that's a fundamental flaw, um, where dating is concerned. Because again, going back to the rental girlfriend, would you make the person quit their job as basically an escort? And this could go into being a prostitute. This could go into being a stripper. This could go into being a person who does adult films and all that stuff. And I would never ask somebody, especially if it's something that they love doing, no matter what it is, I would never ask somebody to stop. And that actually goes into, it's like telling somebody to stop being who they are. And instead, I'm the exact opposite. I don't want them to stop being who they are. I want them to, basically show me who you are. But I want to learn. I want to be a part of who they are. I want to do this. I would never ask somebody to change. Definitely compatibility with me, that's a whole different story. I, don't change to be compatible with me, because eventually you're not going to be compatible with me. And I am certainly not going to change me. I'm not going to change who I am and how I do things and my silly quirks and flaws and things that might drive a person absolutely crazy. They're not fixable. That's part of me. That's who I am. And I never saw even though I'm, called myself broken, I've never thought of myself as something that needs to be fixed. I think that, even though I do change, and I'm definitely not, when I first started exploring, weird way of putting it, but when I first started exploring relationships and being with other people and how I'm interacting with other people and things of that nature, I definitely, who I was then is completely, I mean, it's night and day. And yeah, the experience plays a lot of roles in it, but there's a lot of things that I think I did right when I first started dating, to when I stopped. And I, only because of the way things were working, I changed and adapted and, fit myself into for what I wanted or what I needed from other people. And yeah, there's I don't know how long, people, before you can consider it a serious relationship. I don't know how long that period is from when you first start, from the moment you ask somebody to go out, to the moment that it's considered serious. I don't know how long that time frame is, but I do know that my longer, if I was lucky to have a relationship with somebody, it lasted 2 weeks and usually ended after 2 weeks. And we would occasionally, do activities and things like that together, but not in a dating thing. And a lot of the people that I've dated moved on to other people, and some of them actually, did it out of spite and did it to be mean to me. And it's like, well, our relationship's over. This was, we took the shot. We tried to make it work. It didn't work. I mean, I will always be the one constant. Sean is always in all of my failed relationships. So if I have to, put blame, point a finger, and stuff like that. You know how because I did not have a lot of amicable, nice. Um, Mostly they were, you know, I was dealing with different people, different personalities, and different, you know, people, how people interacted back with me. But the one constant was always me, and it's the reason why I take, you know, not part blame, because you know everybody says it takes two. I don't take part blame. I take all of it. The reason that the relationship failed is because you know I wasn't committed enough, I guess, and I definitely wasn't the person um, that the people I was dating were looking for. They thought I was. That's why you start dating, right? That's you try to you figure those things out. Um, I had a woman ask me out, and I explained to her, you know, yeah, sure, you know, when are you looking to do this, and you know, when do you want to, all these things, and she spent a lot of money on me, and when we planned it out, and she had the expectation that I would ask her out like almost immediately, you know, after because here she is. She showed me this incredible, you know, and I had a lot of fun. And um, but the timing, the timing of that was rather unfortunate because I was fitting her into my schedule, and she used that. She used, you know, she used it. You talk about like using your time wisely. She used the one date to go all out, and you know it was a high expectation of me to pretty much return the favor, and I we definitely didn't see um, definitely didn't see eye to eye. She did buy me a lot of things. I gave her all of it back. Um, um, and you know, there were a few things that she, you know, basically broke and gave back to me, but that doesn't matter. But yeah, she didn't buy me, and um, that's that's kind of a really weird way to put it. But again, you know, that's why I must say, you know, let's not have any expectations of each other ever. Let's get to know each other. Let's, you know, find out things that we like. You know, find out, you know, our dreams and our hopes, and you know where we see ourselves, and you know, what you know what the path our path has now converged, and you know it's going to probably split again way. So we should just enjoy the time we have together. And I've always been like that, and I don't know if it is to save me from heartbreak or heartache. I've had people tell me that I'm very cold, and I'm a crybaby. I definitely, you know, throw myself into way too much. But when it becomes, you know, like you using the loud noises as an example, when it becomes a routine and you build upon that and you're working something, the emotion, you know, that's a give or take. Um, it it's I know that I replaced um, the first four videos. because of microphone issues. But you go back, even those things, you go back to there, and you can see that there was definitely a lot more. As my singing improved, um, my emotional attachment to the songs was decreasing, and when I started writing the parodies, I kind of got back into that, where I could be put some emotion into it, in how the songs are sung. But it by before the last song, because I actually got very emotional on the last song, but because it was ending, and I think that's what um I think the fact it's not the song itself that got to me. It's the fact that I knew that one, it's definitely for the best that I stop. Um, stop doing it as regularly as I can, because the songs aren't as special. Um, I would love to, like, on a whim, do the song that took like 10 minutes to make and just produce that. It's one of my favorite songs, and I just did it like that. Click, click. Um, it, and I say 10 minutes, and the majority of the time with that 10 minutes was spent, actually singing the song, actually downloading the song, and then publishing the song. I should say uploading the song to the channel, and publishing it. That's what took almost the bulk of the time of making it. If I had to really say, to when I wrote it to when I sang it, you're getting down into, like, seconds. I wrote it so fast. Um, when I wrote the description, I had to actually correct a lot of the lyrics, and I still think that it's not as corrected as it could be. Um, it's I would love to do that. Um, it's faster, one bigger turnaround. The impact of the song from me, it kind of exposes, that rawness that you rarely see in songs. I mean, the hundred noises loud. That I practiced and practiced and practiced. That was not on, definitely not on a whim, and it. I think that the practices. I wish that I filmed the practices, because I think that they came out better, because I didn't have that, camera rolling, have to make this good, and the finality of it. And I think that that really affected the video. I it only because I was trying to match Freddie Mercury. I think it is one of my worst. But I love the parody. The parody is awesome. It really shows a lot of things. Um, I think I definitely mentioned what my favorite of the parodies, and it's the technically third parody that I did, but it is, really the first one that I did. All the, well, no, it wasn't. It would really, it it's the second parody in Loud Noises too, but I did the Nux parody, um, way before, and again that one, you compare that, I have two Hamilton parodies sung in two different, completely different months with different equipment and different ways of doing things, because I was still working out how I was going to do everything. And it's, you can definitely see that, I really wanted that parody, the original, to work. That's an overlay. That was still when I was doing, because the music came out like nothing, and I was really, singing. I was almost screaming the lyrics. The good news about that, it is a voice, kind of a boisterous song. So I was able to do that, and then adding the music in secondary, I could actually control the volume of the music, so it actually worked. That worked out very well for me, being able to control it, because you'll see, especially when I get into the later videos, I had the microphone too close to the laptop speakers, and the music came out really loud. But before that, I have some songs where the music, you can't even hear the music playing in the background. One of the things with having the headphones on, because already having trouble hearing, and now muffled, even though the music's getting driven right into my ears, I don't hear I don't hear what I'm actually seeing. Um, a good example of that is Waste, because I definitely struggled with that song. I couldn't even get it to fit the music, um, and I sang it with the music. So, what does that have to do with dating? Like I said, when asked these questions, it's, you know just having fun. Like, that's why do people put so much pressure on themselves? And I understand that there's a lot of people that, it might be, the first time that they're dating, and, or they haven't dated in many years and now they're starting to date again and stuff like that. But, this isn't this person isn't your wife. She might become your wife. Nobody knows. I can't predict the future for you, and you definitely can't predict what's going to happen in the future. You're now using games theory. You're now adding in the equation another person who has all those expectations, all those things that they want from their future, and just no matter how close they might seem, they're usually miles apart of what they're going to expect, especially if you first met somebody. Yes, there's a lot of people out there, and I'm definitely not one of them, that change who they are because they feel that this will get them closer, to the person that they're dating. And um, I definitely have dated a lot of people like that, who definitely, will put up. Oh, if you're not into comic books and stuff like that, and you meet me, you're, faking love of comic books is going to destroy you. Especially when I find, you can't figure out which comic books that either I don't know, which is not very many, but which series, artists and things like that. Why do you love comic books? I have no problem with somebody who just basically says, I am definitely not interested in that. Or I would like to become interested in it because you like it, let's see this thing. But if you don't start to love comic books, because you weren't exposed to it, and I know that there's like a comic books is probably a bad example. Dungeons and Dragons is probably the best example. Um, I can't tell you how many people that I've met who grew up where Dungeons and Dragons was concerned, where because they were a woman, a girl, because they were a girl, because that they weren't even allowed to play Dungeons and Dragons with the boys. And like my mind goes, why? Why would people kick out somebody, who has an interest in this stuff, for this? And it like that, I have to admit, I was probably being born a boy and having that acceptance into nerd culture and stuff like that. I I I don't I don't know what I would have done if I was actually born a girl. I don't think I would have enjoyed it at all. I don't want to fight people, for my passion. I want to share. And the fact that there were, groups and stuff like that, and I definitely did not witness it. And again, I think it's because of my gender that I did not witness, you know, the exclusion of women in games. Um, I know that video gaming culture has, just so you know, women could be um, the reason why they have to separate guys from girls because women should dominate computer games. They should just dominate. They have better reflexes. They have better hand-eye coordination, better dexterity, and agility out the wazoo. It could be because a culture of typists. Most computers. We call laptops and stuff like that computers, but computers was a designation. It was a job. You could be a fireman or a firefighter and a police officer, and you could be a computer. It was a job. It wasn't an actual machine. Computers were almost completely dominated by females. It was all females. Typists were almost all females. I can't freaking I type like crap. I do my best, but I type like crap. Um, Most women probably blow me out of the freaking water, and they should dominate. That just having that alone. Um, Multitasking. I think women dominate on more than men. Um, brute strength. Brute strength isn't anything actually. Isn't worth much. I mean, that's why we have machines. Most machines do the jobs that men have been, that men dominate forever. Um, I'm gonna find out who said the quote, but I don't know why women want to have equal rights to men because women are superior. It is so true. Um, it's why would you want to be, why would you want to lower yourself to be equal? Um, I know that the patriarch and society and stuff like that um, basically abuses the fact that women are so much better than men, um, and it hurts women. And I am, you can call me a feminist, you can call me a liberal, you can call me whatever libtard. I don't care what the fuck you call me. It doesn't change what is. It's like people's races. That's why I don't, we're only one race. We're the human race. We're all Homo sapiens sapien. I mean, where do you get, what other race is there? You know, the color of your skin, the culture that you grew up in, all that stuff is awesome. It's fascinating. It's great for what it is, but it should not be a determining factor in where intelligence is concerned, where um, you know the the learning. There isn't one. The color of your skin does not determine your capacity to learn, your capacity to love. Does not diminish it in any way, shape, or form, no matter what. Even Sorry, even white people are in the same friggin' boat. Um, the color of your skin doesn't stop you from having flaws. Doesn't stop you from the your culture, the culture that you're raised in. And America is a culture. It's actually, I think it's several different cultures, and we like to divide ourselves up. North and south and east and west and north, south, east, west, coasty, inland, all that stuff. We just always like to throw those things around. All they do is just separate and diminish the ability to be unified. All those things. It's the reason why freaking Civil War was fought, to stop something like that. And I not to say that I agree with the South that the war wasn't won, but that war still goes on, and for no reason. The We like to put people in these little boxes. I can't think of who sang it, little boxes, but like to put people in little boxes, and you know yes, everybody's a different color, but they're all friggin' the same. We're all the same. Um, the individual the individual is different. What makes you you? That always fascinates me. And yes, your culture could play a role in why you made decisions for your education and whatnot and this, but ultimately the work was done by the individual. The things are done by the individual. Um, the it does not fighting against the stereotypes of the labels that you have. You know, it also changes how you got to the point of who you are, but it still doesn't change who you fundamentally are. A person's nature um, doesn't tend to change. Um, doesn't tend it doesn't improve. It doesn't it tends to not change is probably wrong. It does change. It evolves. It doesn't revolutionary. People can go against their own nature, but in as much as they fight against their own nature, eventually nature will win. So it's but they could have their nature evolved. It's part of adaptation. It's part of this thing, but it's an evolution, not definitely not a revolution. Um, most of that's done to people who are abusers or bullies. I don't think bullies, people who are inherently just having that evilness inside them. I don't. I think that basically most bullies just become better bullies. And most people who have things, who most people who've been bullied only know. or only seek the gratification by becoming the bully themselves instead of becoming better. Instead of working on the who they are, they'd rather tear down other people and stuff like that. I think that it's sad. It can evolve into that's something that's where it evolves into people's nature. And some people have that disposition all along. It's just that they just didn't feel that they had the power. But people's natures, I use my nature all the time. You know, like being called into work. Um, got called into work. Somebody called out or felt ill or whatever, and I'll get called into work. And instead of refusing it, which is in my best interest is to refuse those things. Absolutely, it would be so much better for me monetarily if I just tell them no. Because what happens when I go in and I do a half day or a partial day or something like that, it takes away from a full day. So if I have a full day's work planned in my schedule, but I get called in on my day off, um, like a Sunday, um, I lose that full day. So basically, I lose hours for the half day. But in turn, that seems like, oh, Sean just lost 4 hours. What's 4 hours, right? 4 hours. Well, I tend to work 6 days a week. So you look at those 4 hours and you say, oh, 4 hours. Sean just lost 4 hours. And it's only one day. One day and he loses 4 hours. But I work over. I get overtime. So not only do I lose those 4 hours, those are 4 hours of overtime. It digs right into my overtime because I don't have, instead of having 56 hours under my belt, I now have 52 hours. So I now have time and a half. So that's actually 6 hours that I just lost with that. And I have to admit, it hurts. Financially hurts me. But today, called in, did it. Last week, called in, did it. Got called in on Wednesday. That was going to be my day off. And, worked 4 hours. And actually, technically, I lost 5 hours then, which is 7.5 hours um, of pay that I've lost. That is basically literally stripped out of my paycheck. And yes, I don't get to pay the taxes on it, but the taxes aren't that well. They are about 30. I pay about 30% taxes. So yeah. So there it is. Um, but those things hurt. Um, I have to tighten my belt. I have to, make concessions in, how I do things because I'm losing those hours. I can't expect them. Um, I'm I'm still spending about the same amount of gas and still spending, the same amount of wear and tear on my car to drive to and from work when those things happen. It's I still have to pay that. That comes out of, my pay. So whether I work, a 9-10 hour day or whether I work 3 or 4 hours, it's the cost of me doing that is the same. It's the reason why I would prefer the longer days. I don't want longer days. I definitely would prefer to have a shorter day, but it hurts. It hurts. And when I have 3 or 4 days of partial days and stuff like that, it's that hurts even more too. So it's not even in my best interest to be efficient at my job because the faster I can get done, the less money I make. It's just not efficient. And, my nature, still my nature, instead of just basically saying no, I can say no. I can just outright refuse. You know, they've even threatened me with consequences of my actions, and I'm like going, yeah, you threaten me with consequences for my actions, and I can just threaten you right back with consequences for your actions. I mean, that's we can I can pick that fight, but they need help, and my nature is to help, and I've always been that way. Um, I've always given help even when not asked. It's my nature. And I sometimes don't like that about myself. I've sometimes fought against that. Um, it is definitely the reason that before I transferred offices, I blew up at that one person because, all they've done the entire time I've known them is just taken advantage of the fact that I will just take it from them. And I just, I guess because I was leaving, I just, I don't have to take it anymore. And that's me fighting against my nature. And I lost my cool, which does not happen. But I've already lost my cool with them once before. So I mean, I've lost my cool twice, and it's the same. It's interactions. I'm the one who lost the cool. It's my responsibility. People always say, "Oh, you blame them for this thing," but it's the interaction with one person, and I I definitely don't like that. Yeah, it's kind of like I guess I would just rather eat shit than freaking feel that way, because that feeling. And just so you know, I think that was the best thing for me to basically lose my cool. Like it's really bizarro, but I still don't like it. Um, Still don't like it. Um, when it's like when I tell people that I'm probably not long for this this job, this occupation, and they remind me, oh, you're going to give up your career. And I was like going, how long have I've been doing this, and and how long have you always told me that I'm not career, that I'm literally a part timer working full time hours, I'm overtime hours. I have never been career. This is not a career. I have nothing saving for bonus. I do not get a pension. I do not get any of that stuff that a person who has a career in the job that I'm doing right now. I am, stuck at the lowest token on the totem pole, and it's the reason why it's easy for me to transfer, because there's, being that low down, everybody needs more workers. Part timers are dime a dozen. Um, and yeah, I could fit in any place because with this position that I'm in right now with work, but I'm doing it for 8 years. It's definitely it's definitely coming to an end, and it's not giving up a career, just giving up a job, worthless, useless job that likes to cut into my pay. Like they think that I want to be, like the work itself. Like it's not. I have never experienced any sort of satisfaction with the work that I do. I have never woke up in the morning going, I can't wait to take on the day and meet these challenges. And I have never come home after work thinking that I'm feeling any type of fulfillment or um, never. Not a I can't not a single day at my work. And if I go career, I don't know if going career will ever I don't think I'll ever see a day like that because of how badly I've been treated. So yeah, me thinking about leaving is I should I think about it every day. Um, and with minimum wages freaking shooting through the roof and stuff like that, what I'm getting paid right now, they that's exactly what they pay people who just walk in the door. So I might as well be like a freaking brand new newbie, even though I'm 8-year freaking veteran. Um, it's it's little discerning, why what good do they do for me? You know, oh, and but they're always like, oh, help me out, Sean. Can you do this for me? Oh, can you do that? And again, my nature, I'm I do those things. I complain a lot. That's probably part of my nature as well. But, I'm the one that comes in on a pinch, covers. And it's to my detriment. Not, no good deed goes unpunished at my work. The better you are at your job, the less you make. There's no benefit. And then people like the person that I was fighting with, who is career, think that they have it like that and think that they can step on me, and they have stepped on me. They've stepped on me for 3 years. They've been stepping on me since the day they met me, which was now almost 7 years ago. And I'm tired. I'm tired. Just tired of it all. And I know this was talking about dating and stuff like that, but dating, like how people interact is, I think, essential. Why do people, when they start dating, and this is like starting dating people. This is like, I just met you, quit your job. Why? What are you bringing to the table? Why? And maybe it's because I don't understand what it means to basically financially support somebody um who just quit their job while you're dating them. What happens when you guys break up? Does that financial support go away? Did you just destroy whatever career that this person had, or break the dreams that they wanted to because you wanted them to stop doing the very thing that probably is the reason that you met? I don't I don't understand it. Why? And why would you be so jealous? What is that? How does I like to think, and I could be completely off the mark here, and somebody could probably correct me if I'm wrong. I like to think that we're striving with everything that we do to be better. And when everybody else is doing that to be better, discovering who you are, I think, can be a detriment to what you see as being better, and you can't see that revealing yourself. And I'm not talking about like showing your face, or putting yourself in danger. What I'm saying, what I mean by exposing yourself is like exposing like the things that you're afraid of, and the things that get you down sometimes, and the things that don't make you happy, instead of always being on the happy, 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 joy, joy, joy train. It when you just show that who you are, you know, it as much fun as some of the people that I have dated over the years I've had. Um, the one thing that always kind of persists is that if we're not compatible, you don't like science fiction. Holy, oh, science fiction. I can understand somebody not understanding science fiction. I can understand somebody like discovering science fiction, or, um, you know, liking some aspect of it, but not really being a sci-fi head. And I could definitely get into that. I will definitely, the things that they like about science fiction, I will definitely try to discover, because that's a passion of mine. But there are people, and people that I've dated that absolutely hate that stuff. You know, and want zero part of it. And as fun as being with those people are, and like I said, I can live a life outside of that, but we're never going to continue on dating. I mean, you know that's lunacy. You know, you get to have that aspect of my life and be a part of that aspect of my life, but also be aware that there's definitely women out there that have that aspect of have the same aspects that you like, that you want to do, like roller coaster rides. There are people who hate science fiction but love roller coaster rides. I love roller coaster rides. So, but let's say that that's what keeps us going to amusement parks and going out on dates for however long that takes. And then I meet somebody who likes science fiction and also likes roller coaster rides. I mean, who am I going to spend more time with? And what you physically look like does not matter. It doesn't even matter. Um, the theater. I met somebody. I was acting at the time. She was also part of um, that whole thing. I thought we got along really well. We definitely talked about the theater, 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 theater. It seemed to be the one common thread. I asked her out on a date. She said yes. I um, saw that Candide was playing in New York, and she didn't know Candide very well, but I think it's um, an excellent play, and for somebody who all I have with that person is theater, theater, theater. Um, I was thinking that well, maybe this is a way to broaden the horizon. Go the fan club, because this was in college, that I had at the time, even told me that this is the stupidest idea possible. What do you hope to gain? And it was like, I bought the tickets. I'm going to, we're going to do that. Um, Fortunately for my college, we could take a train right into New York, pretty much right onto Broadway. Um, I, afforded the cab to go. I think it was only like 3 blocks, but we were dressed up, so I didn't want to like mess up anything, and we saw the play. Um, it went everything. Here I am, like acting like, oh, she didn't say that she didn't like theater anymore. But I definitely realized when I were discussing the play and discussing the works behind the play, especially Voltaire and all the other stuff that goes along. It's a jam-packed play, which she slept through part of it. And it's a jam-packed play, and there's so much to unpack and talk about and everything like that. That when we were done, we had almost a 45-minute train ride home, and I mean we had dinner before, and we were talking about all this wonderful stuff. Again, not Four Seasons, but it was a decent restaurant. It was a nice restaurant. Italian. Italian before play is always good to have. Um, but yeah, saw the play, and pretty much I was like bursting with like all the things I wanted to talk about. How she enjoyed it, and parts she missed, and things like that. And she was under the assumption that I was doing this to basically get in her pants. That's it. And I was like, the play. The play. Let's talk about the play. All we do is talk about theater. And you've already seen me naked because we did hair together. And 6 degrees of separation. That made me with no expectations. Look at that. That was my expectation. Well, that's what I wanted, And I definitely didn't want her, she offered to pay me for it. Once I realized where our relationship was, especially when she offered to pay me for it, and I was like going, something you want to do, use the money there. We're not going Dutch. But you don't have to. You don't have to invite me. We don't have to date. We don't have to have anything. And I think that really having that perspective, especially where my dating is concerned. Like I said, my fan club literally was telling me what a freaking moron and stupid person I was, and I'm just throwing away money to a person who can have any guy she wants. And I'm like going, yeah, but she said yes to this guy. And I think that to the fan club, they were just basically, they saw her as a threat. And here she was getting something that some of them never got from me, which was me paying for a date. Or maybe they saw the date, because I could have asked any single one of them. And I've had times where, especially going to conventions and things like that, where I'm going to a convention and I ask somebody not part of the fan club. I think this is what the fan club never understood, because it kept growing, because I kept having, these, short-lived relationships with women. And that's why they hung out outside my door a lot of the days. Like not every day. Like here I am thinking, treating it like this huge mob, but this is a group of women. I don't think, yeah, there were no guys involved in the fan club, but it was a group of women who basically stayed in constant contact with me. Asked me how my things were going, knew my schedule, changed their some changed their classes so that they knew what classes I was in, and they were in the classes with me. They did a lot of things that kind of scary, kind of creepy, but very endearing, and um, I never hated them. Um, I had always hoped, some went on to and have wonderful relationships, and move past it, and I guess they just choked it up as being this was their college years. Um, but um, talking about the fan base itself, um, my fan club. Talking about the fan club, my fan club itself. Like I said, um, I don't want my subscribers to be my fan club in that respect. Um, it's it's mm. But like I said, I was always kind of attached to them, and I always kind of, and I guess in a way I encouraged it to continue, which has probably even made it even worse. But yeah, I think that they just didn't like um, this beautiful girl that I took to New York um, to see a play. And yeah, I'm on a college budget. You know, I had to work part time, make the money to do that, and it definitely money I spent definitely hurt into other activities that I wanted to do. But it's what I wanted to do, and so I did it. And um, that girl, she never really joined the fan club, but she definitely stayed in touch, and definitely um, I think she didn't like the fan club. She didn't, as far as wanting to be a part of it. I think she was just like, you know. And I think when we first met, I don't think she was pretty too aware of them. Um, I think was she there for for hair? She's definitely there for 6 degrees of separation, but I don't think she was there for hair. No, I don't think. I don't think we. Yeah, never mind. She only saw me naked for 6 degrees of separation. Um, for some reason, I my life had always been clothing optional anyway. So yeah, uh, that if you're like going, oh, I seen Sean naked. I mean, like you're one of 100,000 or so people that have actually seen me naked. So yay! We didn't even need to date. You've seen me naked. Um, and probably more people have seen me naked than I like to say. Um, I have a point here with this whole thing. Um, yeah, I would say she didn't like the fan club, but like it's that thing, like, I never really asked, I didn't ask out the fan club. I would always ask out somebody new, somebody I met, somebody I had a conversation with. If I was in a comic store and, you know, somebody came in and were very interested in this, and we're playing a game, or I was part of the gaming club at college, and if they were part of the gaming club and stuff like that, and there's a gaming convention going on, I would invite them. And a few people caught on to that, and pretended. And like I said, it doesn't help. It doesn't help to not be interested in something that I want to do. But yeah, when I invite somebody out, they already know. I've already given them the rules. I'm paying. So here, so why the hell did they want to go to a gaming convention now when they know that I'm on the hook for this date? Let's go dancing. Let's go do this stuff. And I'm like, I have, driven right back to their house and dropped them off, and then basically called up people depending on who they are in the fan base, depending on who they were in the fan club, I would call up the ones that would most likely. I would try to be, the ones that would most likely enjoy, doing this with me, and I can easily, drop, easily drop, I don't have to be with the person. I have, other people that I can ask who would more than happy to be in your shoes. Some going to that convention, and more than happy to, give their ticket away, so that I could have, I could, pay for them. Or, sell their ticket, or whatever the hell they did with it. They can do whatever they want. And that's how. So as far as like, and have I dated strippers? Yes. Have I dated people in the porn industry? Yes. Have I dated people who had jobs that were kind of sketchy? Yes. Yes. All over the place. You I've even dated a woman who wanted to be a professional wrestler, and I can't tell you whether she became one or not. And I'm using the term dating loosely, but going out on a date is dating to me. Just a date. I'm not datings. I'm just dating. And if you go on a date, a single date with somebody, you are dating. It's a date. And I actually consider going, hanging out with the guys, playing pool or something like that. That's a date. That's a date. It's palling around, but it's a date. I put the date in the calendar. Circled it. I don't. I have to say. I have to admit. I really don't know how humans survive. I think. I think that maybe I am really weird, and this is strange. This is you got a strange concept of how to do things. From I like going. That's what works for me. Um, here I am saying like going out. If you go on a date, and I guess we didn't really go on dates, but I was only sleeping with married women or women in strong relationships because I did not want that. Did not want to be in the relationship. I had a whole phase of that, and darn near killed me. So but I would only date people who were attached. I personally have never, in any relationship that I had, where the woman has asked me to become monogamous. I have never cheated on anyone. Not not even for not even for a grudge or anything like that. I have called off relationships, and I've had started up other relationships that I was just kidding and joking about, and you wouldn't see that through. Yeah, you grabbed your clothes and your toothbrush and stuff like that, but we're still dating, right? And it's like, no, we're over. Um, that's that's the other thing, and it's something that I think the fan club never. It's the reason why the fan club never truly like broke it off. But when you break up with somebody, it's over. There's no do over. There's no second chance. Um, I'm this rule I've broken probably the most of all the rules. I'm all the rules, just so you know, all the rules that I'm saying have been broken, a bunch of times. I have had been asked out on a date and I have paid for it. Um, um, the end result was absolutely horrific. It was a horrible date. I have had been put in situations um, where I had to leave in the middle of the day, where my safety and I would even say to a certain extent, the safety of the person that I was with has been compromised. And instead of being the bigger person and rescuing the person, because this is their date, and being the bigger person and rescuing the person, I saved myself and cost me money. Um, I I have had poor planning on dates, where I end up being the person. I end up driving, um, and using my gas, um, and being very unimpressed by the person, even though they paid for pretty much everything. I have had been on dates where women have skipped out on the check. And I have to admit, as soon as I pull out my wallet, the date's over. If you invited me out and I have to then pay for this, the date is over. Um, and how you do, and what happens to you doesn't matter to me. And I know it sounds cold, and I know it sounds mean, and I know, I've had people trick me into that, that type of thing. And, you know, I've had people buy me plane tickets and fly me places, and where I have to basically, oh, they only paid for one way, so I have to pay the way home. And literally, as soon as I landed, I literally got back in line, got back on the plane, and flew back. I've done that. But as far as the rule that I've broken, here I'm going on a tirade of all the other rules that I've broken, but I've broken them a lot too. But probably the one I've broken the most is, once it's over, it's over. Um, I have never gotten back together with somebody and the situation improved. Whatever the reason is that we broke up, I mean, I've been stabbed because of that. Whatever the reason that we broke up, and I don't want to see that person ever again. Whatever those reasons are, they should stand. I definitely cannot be bullied into being your possession again. I don't belong. I never. Everybody, and this includes everybody I've dated across the spectrum. I've never belonged to them. Um, we we've chose to spend time together. I love that. Um, there are definitely women that have made me feel like a better person being with them. But if whatever the reason is that we broke up, and it, like I said, it could just be me, just could be my attitude, could be my laissez-faire, and it could be the fact that I'm still a boy, when I should be an adult. I should be more responsible, um, and I don't. And I that's probably part of my nature as well. And relationships end. Um, but yeah, never get back together. Um, I it doesn't matter how much you know. Um, 9 months relationship seems like a lot. Usually when I got past the 2 weeks, I had always thought those relationships were gonna last forever because if you could break the 2 week threshold, there's more to to being with that person than 2 weeks. The the longest relationship that I had when I was still dating was on and off. I gotta even make sure you guys understand that it's on and off. Technically, it broke the 9 months straight threshold, but it was on and off for 3 years, and mostly off because we broke up. We broke up 9 times, and what a freaking nightmare that was. I can't speak for her, but I would assume that it was pretty much a nightmare for her as well. And my property. Um, I'm just assuming that it was a nightmare. I mean, like I said, I'm the only constant in all those relationships, and it really proved beyond a shadow of a doubt. Like I said, we broke up 9 times, got back together with her 9 freaking times. And some of the times I got back together with her, I didn't even realize I was back together with her. All of a sudden, she was just there. She just made herself, a presence in my life again while I was already moving on. But yeah, 9 times before it finally, well, police let her drive drunk when she showed up my house and took my car apart and stuff like that. So, yay, not fun times. When I was dating, she showed up my house that she did not know that I lived there because I didn't give her my address. And I still don't count that as us getting back together because we didn't get back together. But she did say that I was hers, and I'm hiding in here even though I'm the one who signed the lease. And she followed me home. That's craziness. That's insanity. We were broken up. She cheated on me. Gone, done, over. And if I wasn't dating somebody new, she'd probably, if I was by myself, because like, contrary to popular belief, I actually did spend a lot of time by myself, not dating people. And that's how she got back together with me so much. And that's probably what she was trying to figure out what she was going to do. But yeah, the place that I moved out of, I gave a forwarding address. That's how she found me. I also think she followed me. Um, but yeah, so nine times. And I definitely learned that lesson. I can't stress how much I know how much it hurts when the breakup happens. I know how you think that you're this person I'm with is the one. Um, Guilty song, somebody I used to know. How this was supposed to be so much more than it was. Um, I think that you should go through that hurt. I think you should understand why you're hurting. And I don't think you should close yourself off to other people, but I don't think you should allow a person to hurt you like that again. I think you should not. I think you should really not allow another person to hurt you like that again. That's the same person to hurt you like that again. No matter what, it could have been your fault, their fault, somebody's fault, whatever's fault. Again, you're the only constant in all your bad relationships. How do you improve if you keep going back? You know, insanity is banging your head against the wall, expecting the same thing. The definitely, and I will stand by this. And people can say that, oh no, 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 she was the one for me, and we got back together, and we had 7 beautiful children, blah blah blah. So good for you. I'm glad it worked out, but maybe you shouldn't have broken up in the first place, because it sounds like you were already meant to be together. I'm talking about like bad breakups. Um, you you broke up because you left the water running or something, or left the refrigerator door open. I don't know what stupid reason could you freaking break up with somebody and get back together and freaking everything's going to be fine. Whatever the reason is you broke up, that's going to haunt your freaking relationship. So, and if you cheat on a person that you're dating, you should break up with them. Like, why would you stay together with a person? And don't ask for them back. Torture not only them but yourself. Why would you do that to yourself? Why would you hurt somebody like that? I mean, if they know that you're engaged in relationships with other people, that's a whole different story, and not going to get into that, because you know I I think that if somebody knows that you're dating others while you're dating somebody, it's not cheating. Um, if they want to know who they are, let them know who they are. Let them know what, maybe they see them as competition, maybe whatever like this. But you got to talk about that stuff. But cheating, my penis doesn't accidentally, go anywhere without my knowledge. I mean, I know I keep talking about how it thinks for itself and does whatever it wants, but it doesn't go into things that I don't want it to go into. That doesn't accidentally happen. I don't accidentally start, playing tongue wrestling with a girl I barely know. It doesn't accidentally happen. I don't care how drunk I was. I don't care how many drugs I was on at the time. Obviously, if I'm passed out on the floor, I think I get a pass. If somebody basically molests me and rapes me and stuff like that, I get a pass if I'm passed out on the floor for cheating. But if I am conscious, and no matter how inebriated or whatever I was, I can still fight off advances. I can still say no. And you're right, I can be forced into it, and I don't count being forced into it. Being forced into it is rape. And have I been raped? Yes. That's why. That is why I say I've never cheated on somebody. I don't count that. Don't count that as cheating. That's why I hate bullies so much. I mean, people talk about rapists like they're something more than a bully. That's what they are. They're just a bully. Hate bullies. But yeah, it doesn't. You didn't like. Oh, we were just doing, and how did this happen? It doesn't how. There's no how this happened. It should never happen. And why did it happen? Because you freaking are freaking lousy cheat. And like I said, I've been cheated on a lot. But I've also dated a lot. So there's kind of like you have that. I kind of have that balance in there. But yeah, I don't set the ground rules half the time. Like I said, I keep my expectations down to nothing almost, so I don't expect anything. You're right. I like my Candide story. I was expecting to talk about the play, but I don't know if that should be considered an expectation, or not, because that's the discussions that we were having beforehand. That's the reason why if as beautiful as she was, as beautiful as she is, and as wonderful all the personality and everything like that she had, I never would have taken her to a play in New York if that wasn't one of the things that we spent a lot of time talking to each other about. I thought it was her interest. Turns out she's not even interested in that stuff. Maybe she's just humoring me. It's thought I was a theater nerd or something like that, and I really not. I do know plays. I love plays. I grew up, with the theater and stuff like that, which is the reason why I have such a, robust background with it. I thought it was her interest. And definitely when she told me she's never seen a Broadway play, I was like, that's what we should do. And I'm not going to see something stupid like, I don't even know if Cats is even playing. But originally I was thinking about going to see Jekyll and Hyde. But once I saw Candide, I was like, that's the play. That's the play. Jim Daly, Pete's Dragon. That's the play. But yeah, I don't know if I really count that as an expectation because we didn't talk. Again, we didn't talk about. In fact, I don't even think that. I think that solidified how our conversations from there on out went. Um, to any question that you had is yes. To our relationship moving forward. I'm not a savage. Um, and I am a man, and you know, give them what they want. I guess is pretty much my view of everything. Um, I but yeah, we I'm trying to think if we even did another play together because I think I started work, and I know she secretly wanted. We were. Well, I know that one of our last conversations. I'm trying to think if it was the last conversation I had with her, but she was going to do Star Trek stuff. We did talk about Star Trek. We talk about nerdy things, but I know she was doing it for me, so it's a whole different story. You know, she was definitely, um, being happy. She was happy to be, that person with me. Um, and she was definitely gorgeous, so it did not hurt. She definitely liked to dress up, and she the last thing, and we never did it, so I don't even know why I'm saying it, but one of the last conversations that I had with her, she was going to do green body paint and be an Orion slave girl, so Star Trek, and I was going to be a Klingon, so um, that tells you how things progressed there. But yeah, so um, um, the reason I bring her up is because it's one of the wonderful conversations. I kind of still consider this is where I talk about my fan club. I kind of considered her part of the fan club, even though she never really interacted with any of the people in the fan club, and they used to talk amongst each other all the time. Um, and with new members joining every day. Some of the people in the fan club I did not even go on a date with. So that tells you how like the fan club was working. So that wasn't even part of it. But whenever we went, whenever we went to a bar and had a beer or anything like that, they were just in the fan club. They just, you know, part swept up in that momentum, and it always kind of amazed me. And um, it was, I think the fan club was one of the first things where Facebook was concerned that I purged out friend wise, and never recovered it again. Did not seek out the people, and none of them actually came back to try to. I don't even think there's a couple. I think there's a couple following me on Twitter. Um, but that's about it. Just like two following me on Twitter. Um, but yeah, so those are the rules. It took me almost 2 hours to just get down, just to talk about the rules and craziness and everything like that. Again, we have an empty chat, so I didn't even see. I think I was watching, um, not the last one, the one before, Unscripted 2. Yeah, the hour one where I thought I lost the. It was this is 5, so 3. It was probably 3. Unscripted 3, where I thought I lost the stream, and so I typed something for the chat, so the chat would show up. I don't even think the chat. I watched the whole thing, and I can't. I didn't even see me actually doing this. So maybe it did get cut out. Maybe I have to watch it again. Um, but anyway, I hope you guys are having a wonderful, wonderful day, and cool beans. All right, take care. All right, let's do this. I'm having very spotty internet connection, and doing a live stream has been on and off, and I've actually been struggling with this for the past few days. Yes, I want these to all be live stream, but sometimes I can't get what we want, and yay, there's not going to be a chat. There's not really a chat. I think only once I had an actual chat, so that doesn't matter. A couple days ago, I was planning on doing a video about bros, but something has happened in the VTuber community that I almost came out of retirement and sang a parody song. I wrote it, if that's, for whatever that's saying, but VTuber named Coco, who pretty much, started, making this why it's, such a phenomenon. She's one of the early ones, and I've seen her, I haven't really followed her because she's mainly in Japanese, and I have an understanding of Japanese when people talk it, but I kind of usually just get lost all the way down, and most of her streams were never subbed, and it was difficult for me, and that's one of the reasons why I haven't followed her or any other VTuber that doesn't primarily speak English. It is what it is, but I think tomorrow she is graduating from Hololive, and normally we'd think with graduations it's a happy thing, but I'm going to actually miss her. I've seen her do collabs. I've seen her. I've seen people who've subbed her work, and I watched those videos, and she definitely is a force to be reckoned with, and really want to see where she goes. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but it's raining pretty good. Like I said, it's with Wi-Fi, and the actual, even the hard line is spotty as well. I'm actually kind of worried about whether it's going to download. But yeah, I just wanted to do a quick note about it. I don't know if I'm going to sing the song. I don't know if I really consider myself in retirement or anything like that. But I would love to. Nobody really watches my videos anyway, so it doesn't really matter. And I already said nobody. I do not mean the people who subscribe and the non-subscribers that watch pretty much everything that I have, and they're the ones actually keeping my channel going. That just their input basically is the reason why my channel is surviving. So don't want to say nobody watches it. I should say a majority of people don't see my videos. Usually the people that the video, my parody is about, haven't seen. I don't think anybody who, with the exception of one, she actually did say that she saw my videos, and I did 5 songs for her. So that tells you, like, just because she said she watched a video, she got 5 songs out of me. That's lets you know how my modus operandus. The but getting back to what I wanted to talk about, which was bros, to my actual genetic family, I have 4 brothers. And if I ever talk about any one of my brothers, I'm usually going to call him my brother, and it could be any one of the 4. Out of the 5 boys in my family, I am the middle child, so that means I have 2 older brothers and 2 younger brothers. So even if I say my older brother or my younger brother, it still could be any of them. And I could do a misdirect and mention my younger brother, but I'm really talking about my older brother. So, but for the most part, I'm just going to call them my brother. But the reason I mention my brothers is because I have been a bro for a long time, and it is definitely something society seems to hold on to when men are gathered together. We become bros, and I have to admit I know that it's different than like having a best friend. This is what I grew up with, my friends and my best friend, and or best friends. You can have best friends. You don't have to have, there's no law saying you can only have one. I don't know if I mentioned about my best friends, that they are my best friend. It doesn't make me their best friend. In fact, looking at my entire scope of my life, as far as best friends goes, I don't think that I've ever been somebody's best friend, which I think I would make a good best friend. But that's the friends have actually, especially when the group of friends are male, and I've had some female bros, so I don't know where the distinction comes in, where the bros thing, but it's very defining, and I don't even understand like the etiquette of the bro system. Yes, I've watched How I Met Your Mother, and there's bro codes and rules in the bro codes, but they in real life none of that crap even applies to anything. But as far as bros are concerned, I know that it seems that there's a lot of understood things, and this is understood, and you're protecting your bros, and the bros before a hose, and the your bro. I'm not really a big fan of it, actually. the changeover is like, I don't understand, where people still consider, either me a bro or I consider them a bro. As far as I'm concerned, no, I have more than enough bros in my life, so I don't need any more bros. The testosterone, the masculinity or toxic masculinity that permeates when men gather is not for me. I'm not really a crowd person anyway, and I really don't even like to be around. I'd rather get my nails done. And maybe I should say it like that than be hoofing and grunting and stuff like that, like Tim Allen on Home Improvement. I'm not really that type. Like I said, you look behind me, you see all these action figures. I'm a nerd. I'm not into sports. I'm not into that ball game that everybody chases around, which I hate to even say, most of it looks kind of almost homoerotic. If I really had to like put a spin on it, and nothing wrong with it being that. Just it seems that it's goes against what the bros see. It's like watching wrestling. It's kind of especially like the professional wrestling. The stuff that's on TV. It's kind of not not what most people think. But then again, I know that people like the Village People and very very homophobic people, or they like Queen, and they're very very intolerant of people who are different than them, or they think they're going to convert them, or what. I still don't understand all the nonsense that people create. You can't really be converted into something that you're not, so I mean, they can try, but if you're not, you're not. I think that a lot of the issue comes from the fact that there is that doubt, there is that attraction, there is those feelings that these people have, and they think that they're wrong. And when somebody else is just openly expressing those feelings, they want to stop them. If I can't have that, you can't have that type of deal. That's how I see it. It never made sense to me. Why you care so much about what other people are doing that you can't even take care. If you can't even take care of your own house, why would you care what somebody else's house is like? Why? Who cares? And the reverse holds true. I understand that these racist bigots and everything like that have a place, and it's not mine. It's not my place to judge them for what they have. What they do and their hate and their things, I will definitely judge them on that, because that affects other people. But as far as what they have for themselves, I could care less. I could care less about it. I could care less what idols you worship. What flawed people you think are above being fallible. But getting back to the bros. So I've been in a situation with especially a person who calls me his bro all the time, and I was trying to change it because I don't want to give the scenario away, but it's like there's a cake. Let's throw the metaphor out there, see if I can make it work. So there's a cake. I get a slice of the cake. The cake's cut up however many times. People have gotten slices and everything like that. And my bro turns to me and says, I don't really want a slice, you could have mine. And I say, okay, well, let me see if somebody else wants this slice and I'll have your slice. So I go off and give away my slice that I have, and then I come back expecting to have that slice there, and my bro has eaten it. And now I have no slices. I don't get any cake at all. And I don't know if I should still consider that person my bro. And that's pretty much what I'm dealing with, and the answer, the quick answer is no. It's not. That's not a bro. That is somebody who might as well hate you. And the difficult answer is that there have been times that I've needed my bro and they've come through. More of the cake scenario goes on, but every now and again, it works out. And how do you judge them on the good things that they do? Because that's what makes them my bro? And then these crappy, shitty things that they do to me, does that get weaving in? Does it balance itself out? Or do I just say, no, it's not my bro? Like I said, I don't really, I'm a brother, I'm a bro, biologically, and I have been dealing with all of the different types of how I've been treated by my brothers. Every one of, or all four of them treat me differently. I like when they treat me with just indifference, but they are vicious in a lot of respects. For them, I put up with more than what any human being should ever have to put up with, as far as how you deal with how you're treated by another human being. There definitely should be a line, and I have one of my brothers is actually a decent person, but also shits on me as well. But it's that's kind of the nature of dealing with things. But they're actually it seems that they actually care about me. The three others, like I said, indifference is a wonderful thing when they treat me with just indifference. The rest of the time they're just takers. They just take. They're not givers. They don't in all the years that I've known them, two of them all their lives, I have learned that being a giver has a reward to it, and if you just take, even you taking what you don't need, taking what you want, eventually there's nothing left to take. And three of my brothers, I think, have found that out, that I don't have any shits left to give, as it were. But they're the extreme, and the whole thing about family has been thrown around, and how I need to be a little more accepting, and I need to be a little more tolerant of them. And the truth of the matter is that they're not tolerant of me. They definitely don't accept me. And all they want, the reason that they say crap like that is because they want to take something. They're not adding to my life. They're not making my life more fulfilling. They're literally just taking things away from me. And very upset with me when I don't give, because I don't give anymore. But those are the real bros. And like I said, I put up with a lot of stuff, and in the real world, outside of the family, my biological family, outside of that, in the rest of society and stuff like that, for the most part, people treat me with indifference. I treat them with indifference, and that's pretty much how I deal with most people. Just complete and total indifference. I could care less what you do, and I hope you can care less what I do. You weren't part of my life. But there are people that are a part of my life, and they get, I guess, to the acquaintance status, and that's probably the majority. Well, the majority of people are different. The people I don't know, people I don't even care to know, and stuff like that. But then you get into the acquaintance. People who are I have to interact with, or I do interact with, even sometimes by choice. And those people, that's where most of my bros are. And then you get into my friends, and then you get into the people I'm very close to, which is a very, very small group, which I'm trying to expand. I'm trying to actually add another layer between friends and my core close-knit group, which is my tribe, or my chosen family, the family that I choose. And it's building. I can definitely see some people who see themselves as part of that, which I'm more than welcoming to that, more than a joy having things of that nature in my life. But yeah, when I think about the acquaintances who basically think I'm their bro, it's the bro. See, I might wanted to do bro between friends and very close friends. But the bro thing is not. It's not. It's not any closer than a friend. In fact, for the most part, it's people that I tend to not want to deal with, or want to be even acquainted with. So, I mean, putting them in the acquaintance, it's like it's not even a separate category from acquaintances. It's the bro group inside the acquaintances, because obviously I have to deal with them. But and I there's the other side of the spectrum, where I would even put the bros in as well, as the people that I have to deal with, but I don't like. And then there's the people that I absolutely despise and do not wish well upon. I don't really delve into that group too much. My troll, who is obviously a bot, and so there's not even a human being behind it, which is I was actually kind of hoping that there was a human being behind it, but it's obviously a bot. They're a little too consistent. They follow my pattern. I have several patterns that I do. They've picked a pattern, and that's how they get into my videos, and that's how they see what they want to dislike, and they're utilizing that. And when I start a new like this with unscripted. They just get right into the pattern, and I thought, oh look, they shifted zones, and but really, all they're looking for is my name and now unscripted, and they're already set up. They come in just to click dislike and leave, and they're super fast by it. I actually tested that, how fast I can do it timing wise, and clicking on a video, letting it load, letting that video load, so that it actually starts playing, and then clicking, because there are ways to get into a video without even shutting off autoplay or anything like that. But you can get into a video and click dislike without even ever even viewing the video. And the bot doesn't do that because the bot wants to make sure that it's a real video, and that's the reason why it waits a couple seconds for the video to turn on. I think that if I had a dummy video set up, it would probably pass on it. But it doesn't even know what my videos actually are. I think it's funny when they dislike a video that actually is making fun of them for disliking the video. It's like going, you don't even see that I actually just dissed you. I mean, they'll probably dislike this video too. Yeah, the bro thing, I'm still working out, and if anybody has any advice, 2 cents worth, anything like that, about maybe the bro code, maybe I'm going to do the Barney Stinson from How I Met Your Mother, and school me in the ways of the bro code. Whatever you want to do. I'm interested. I'd like to figure it out, but I have to. I will say though, even though the person's probably going to call me a bro for the rest of their lives, I am probably never going to call them a bro in return, because maybe I am a bro to them, but they definitely aren't a bro to me. And I'm just at that point where it's just like, I don't really understand it, but here's what we got. Shifting back, because I mentioned Coco, real quick. Probably, no, I can't. I don't have any internet connection, so I can't even see if she's even online. I hope that whatever she has planned for her future, I hope there is a plan for her future. I hope that it does involve her, VTubing and streaming and doing that. But otherwise, I would love to see where her career goes. I'd like to see what happens in the future. Yeah, and hopefully it's not nowhere. But maybe it's more of a mutual thing, and she's just giving it up, maybe. I know that I can't do. How did this work before? I think I can do a half hour, but I think once I get to the hour mark and stuff like that, the system basically just shits the bed, and it doesn't really work out too well. So I'm going to probably close this off before the half hour mark, just to have it. Now I'm just wasting time. Let's just say the goodbyes. I hope you find this interesting, and I hope you're having a fantastic day. And as always, cool beans. All right, take care.
live again. Yay. Um, the download from 2 days ago actually took 2 days to to upload since I had a um, you know, weather conditions outside and all sorts of craziness, and I couldn't even get the live stream to go up. So I actually just recorded it and then tried to directly connect, and bad internet, and that's not good for a live stream because it was pretty horrendous. Yeah, it took 26 hours to upload just that one video, and I just like I'm still amazed that it took that long for a 30-minute video. So let's do this. Uh, yeah, Coco had her last stream, and it was very sad, and um, I wish my Japanese was better. Um, Understanding anime is a little bit easier because people don't speak as quickly. Um, and they tend to use scripts seem to be very similar to what they're saying, so it's very repetitive. And I kind of thought that my Japanese was actually pretty good since my college days. And I realized when I changed the stream that I was understanding like every other word, um, and I didn't have subtitles to lean back on. Which, if you do get a chance to, if you look up Coco, um, I think that they're probably uploaded some of the highlights from her graduation stream. And like I said, it's I kind of laugh that I feel like I'm at the bottom rung on as far as being a YouTuber goes, and um, I don't know if I would want to be put on such a high tier like she was, and I know she had some protection because she was a VTuber, and I originally I was going to create an avatar and do not show my face, um, and I was going to actually pretend I was a lot younger than I am, and basically just make everything fake. And so I think I'm going to probably do a focus on communities and families and what brings us together, what tears us apart. And I know that I have talked very briefly on the fact that most organizations um, I am not. I've never felt like I've belonged or been a part of. I think I was present in certain things. I did certain things. I was a part of. I think I was semi memorable, which is like that seems to be my goal with everything that I've done in my life. Is just to plant that memory, but as time passes, I'm slowly but surely forgotten. I talked about the bros in the last video, and I wanted to delve deeper into that, but it's not worth it. I think that my metaphor pretty much sums up um, how um, I feel like when I'm interacting with people. And I like to think that I am, a giver, more of a giver than a taker. But I have to admit that I do take a lot. You know, uh, your time. Anybody who's watching this, obviously, I'm taking your time from you. So, and I want you to know that I understand that value. Um, the I realize that the one dislike that I keep getting for all my videos. I mean, if you search back, actually all the unscripted right on from the start have all been disliked, and I kind of made fun of them. I kind of said things at the beginning of the video so that I can catch the few seconds that they're on, but it's become very, very apparent um, that it's a program, um, and it's a bot, and whoever created it, I mean, they're just an asshole, and there's nothing I can do about it. There's nothing I can change it. It it doesn't. That's the sad thing about um, the dislike is it just basically is meant to upset. I guess it's just designed to upset me because I have nothing more to go on in fact except the fact that they constantly go in for about 4 seconds and dislike the video and are out. And you know if they were a real person, they would realize that they need to change up that pattern a little bit or do something like that. And that's the reason why I'm pretty sure it's just a stupid bot, and it's a program created by somebody to do exactly that. Um, and if I was monetized, maybe they would probably have to have a whole system of bots coming in there to dislike a bunch of videos, but I don't get any likes, so you see the dislike. I can see the whole thing. I can run the whole gambit on everybody who sees my videos because I don't get. I'm lucky I get 10 views total. And out of the 10 views, it's not difficult to figure out how, when the dislike, I know exactly when all this stuff happens. It's pretty methodical. Because I've been staggering my these videos when they come out. I can tell when what time they actually do a search for me, and when they find the video. Um, like here I am doing one early in the morning, and I know that probably around 7 o'clock tonight, um, I will ping up onto their radar, and they will click on it and click the dislike and leave. And I just I just don't know. Like it doesn't serve any purpose. It won't. It doesn't. If I was monetized, it wouldn't take away any of the money that I would be making. It doesn't do the dislike doesn't do anything, and I am coming to terms with the fact that that's what they want to do. I had a bunch of loud noises when this first started, when I first picked up the bot, um, uh, that they, just systematically disliked it. And if those would have been a more difficult way to find out, like how long they, I think there was one video where I said they were on for 10 seconds. Nope, they were on for the right amount of time of 4 seconds. And that was a little bit more difficult because I wasn't aware of it at the time, and how they loud noises definitely gets more views than like unscripted. The last one has 6 views. Before that, like I said, they don't even break 10 views total. So I can count. I can actually watch the rhythm and count what time that dislike even comes in. I mean, it's not even, you know, point one. It's just a blip on my timesheet. And also, these videos tend to be a lot longer than the loud noises, so it's the the blip. You can actually see where that blip. It's, you know, I guess that doesn't matter. But let's talk about the communities. I would never belong to an organization that systemically goes against my beliefs, um, that um, worships blindly, which pretty much puts all religious organizations into this category, um, and not necessarily a deity. Worshiping a deity, that's fine. That's what people do. It's a personal thing. I totally understand that. But when the worship becomes the preacher or your teacher or your guide or something else, that you elevate them beyond the status of being a fellow human being, you know, your leader, if it needs a leader in the organization, but you know, the person basically that's meant to help you, if you worship them blindly, and take everything that they say as, you know, if you don't challenge, if you're not challenging them, and you're basically just following them. And the reason I say that with this is because I see this happening um, in just about every fan. You know, it's the same thing with every fan base. You know, I guess if you can consider like the show or the game or something like that as the deity-esque thing that doesn't have, you know, that maybe controls your life in some sort of, or has an effect on your life in some sort. But once you get into where, you know, people are the leaders of that, and I mean, you can even bring up sports and stuff like that, where instead of it being the game, it's the player. Um, you know, people like Michael Jordan and stuff like that are basically worshipped as gods almost, and nothing that they, you know, complete. You know, here's this flawed human being that, you know, does something amazing. They does their job amazingly, and because they do their job amazingly, everybody thinks that everything else in their life is perfect. And I I not struggle with that, but I my brain just doesn't, you know, I'm not a follower. So maybe that's really where it boils down to, where I don't, I listen, I apply, but necessarily following, I, you know, I know I make fun of the fact that I march to the beat of my own drum. I follow my own path. I do all that stuff, but I do listen. I do hear what people, or that other people have to say and what they interject. When where I struggle with is like, I wouldn't want anybody to worship me in the same respect. I want, you know, like my subscribers, everybody who's subscribed, you know, I wish they would watch my videos more, but you know, my 21 subscribers, you know, I don't see them as, you know, just people who are following me or people who have subscribed to my channel. They're not that. They're, they have input, they have you know, they add value to the videos that I make. It's important. And it's, you know, they have an important voice even on my channel. You know, like this, you know, you could always say that this channel is all about me, but there's a, it's, I have another character, if you want to call them a character, which would be my subscribers. And then you have a third character, which would be the people who just basically come in and, you know, view it. And they're not just one, I should say characters. I, all these characters. 21 characters is a lot of characters to deal with, in my opinion. And then I have like I think I have like close to 200 unique views of people who come in and grace themselves with this. And of course, even the stupid bot is a character, is a character for my channel. You know, it, I wouldn't say that they have any add value, but they are definitely diminishing returns. But it you know I'm talking about them, so that's where that's important. That's where the importance comes in. And if that's what people, the person who wrote that program to just dislike my page, if that's the most important thing that they can be to my channel, is just basically a diminisher, then that's what they want. I talk about bullies and stuff like that, and I bully to me is basically my catch-all, because even I'm a bully sometimes. And so when I say I don't like bullies, I don't like it when I bully. I don't like it when this thing. When you are not lifting people up, or when I'm not lifting people up, I'm a bully. It's literally boils down to that. When I want to take away, when somebody has something that I want, and if they're not giving it to me and I take it from them, I'm a bully. That's really what it all boils down to. It's very simple, and you apply it to everything. Bill Cosby just got released from jail, but that man was a bully. Horrible, because he took from people without their permission. And he didn't go do it the right way. And maybe it's the thrill of it, or people have thrills and stuff like that, and everything like that. But I talk about my own bullying that I do, and my own bullying, I try to put myself, I try to I called it justified bullying. So I try to justify the fact that I'm going to bully people who bully other people, and that's bad too. That's not. I wouldn't. You can't. Everything has its own level of seriousness, and sometimes you have to take the good with the bad, and you also can't. I I keep saying me, me. It's when I'm being bullied. It's like, how much can I take? How much am I allowed to take? How much should I be a part of that? And then do I fight or do I flight? And my first answer to everything with that, when you're dealing with a bully, is remove yourself from that situation. Because the only thing that could happen from it is is a fight. And no matter what fight you have, and this is why I say about losing every fight, like how I never want to fight. No matter what happens, you're already hurt. Before the fight even starts, you're already hurt by something. And if it becomes a physical, for verbal fights, same thing. Before that fight starts, I'm already hurt. I've already lost before the fight even starts. And the only way to win that fight is to win that argument. Not the, forget changing their minds. I could care less about what the person thinks and how they're going, how they can become a better person. They're an awful person. Why would I want to subject myself to trying to change their minds? It's the reason why I tend to fight, verbally or physically, with people that I respect and people that I have, that because I want them to change. I want them to see where I'm coming from. I want them to know that they're hurting me. People who I don't care about, which is vast majority of people in this world. But the people I don't care about, if they're a bully, I just toss them into the, not only do I not care about them, but I do not want to be a helper to them. and I do not want to help people that bully me. I do not want to make their lives better. And I know people bring up the whole thing about, oh, it's you. Forgiveness is for you. It's not for them. You're forgiving them. No, it's not. No, if you forgive somebody and I'm not talking about if I forgive somebody, and I'm not talking about that fake forgiveness where you basically let things you're just letting it slide, um, and not accepting it. A true forgiveness means that you accept what they did to you as part of who they are, and not only do you accept it, they will do it again, and you've got to accept that as well. And I have never accepted that. I will never accept something like that. So I do not forgive people. It's like when somebody says they're sorry. Well, my nana told me, don't be sorry, be better. You know, there's no reason to apologize. Don't do it. Don't do the things that you're going to be sorry for later. And I try not to apologize. I try to just make it better. And um, I try not to hurt people. I'm I think I have a lot of empathy because I always try to put myself into another person's shoes and try to see where they're coming from. And that's a dangerous thing for me because um, I basically have been fighting with people all my life. Everything that I do, I've been fighting for my life. And if I can see myself in their shoes and I can see where they're coming from, I know how to attack it. I know where they're weakest. Um, and that's usually bad. I swear I'm going to get back to what I mean by the communities and you know being a part of an organization or anything like that. Because I definitely see that even the people who haven't just subscribed and the people who are basically just coming in, breezing in and breezing back out again, and it could be a lot of the same people. That's why when I say there's 200 views that are not subscribers, those 200 views could be people, could be the same person. It could only be like 20 people. I could only have 40 people gracing themselves with their presence and gracing themselves back out. Like I said, I know that every video that I have, and I know I said I had 200 videos. I don't have 200 videos yet. I'm close to 200 videos. But out of all the videos that I've made so far, you know, um, about 60 of them, 60 of those videos, that bot has been present in them, and I just I don't know they count as 60 views, 60 separate views. Only subscribers count as the subscribers. And I have a subscriber count, so I know exactly when my subscribers are actually watching, and it's often enough. I'm definitely not getting. Um, Obviously, if I have 21 subscribers and I'm getting less than 10 views per video, obviously all my subscribers aren't watching all my videos. I think I have one or two subscribers that basically watch everything that I produce, um, but they tend to not watch all of it. So I mean, like it's like the last video, the 30-minute video that I just did. No subscribers have even watched those videos. So and it would be difficult for me to figure out when the subscriber um, how the duration of the subscriber actually watched the video. I just know that the bot is not subscribed, so it's a unique view. I definitely have more dislikes now than I have likes, and that's kind of concerning. But again, doesn't affect you know doesn't affect, one, I'm not monetized, so it doesn't affect the money because there's no money to be made. And two, even if I was monetized, likes and dislikes means nothing. Really, it means absolutely nothing. Number of subscribers you have means nothing to the YouTube algorithm. Means nothing. It's duration, and the more time that people spend watching your videos, especially to completion, um, the more times I'm recommended. So people who watch my videos for a couple seconds, or less than a minute, any video, if you watch for less than a minute, I don't get recommended later. Which means somebody has to actually search, the bot has to actually search me after a while, because um, he's watching for so little that I'm probably not even, on his list of videos that he watches, because he dislikes it. Yeah, dislikes actually takes drops it. Will drop my videos from your path, and so it's definitely a program. Um, and of course, consistency. Everybody talks about how I should stay consistent. And I picked up the bot being consistent. That's how they found me. Because I was doing a video every day at 3 o'clock, regardless, and they were set, um, you know, almost immediately at 3 o'clock. And like I said, they don't they don't know when I'm going to actually post videos, because I'm not consistent anymore. So it's now around 7 o'clock, 7 p.m. that the bot comes in and does his little check. But it might also still be at 3 o'clock. So in a couple hours, find out if they pop in and pop back out again. I am. But that's the community that I'm building, and there's a lot of how tos. In fact, more than I care to even watch. When I was learning, how to get people to watch the videos and things like that, when I was starting to do that, nonsense, the only thing that they promised is subscribers. And I am not anywhere near, because subscribers are great, but subscribers it has to have 4 hours per subscriber. In order, going to how the algorithm works, I would have to have, doesn't need to be subscribers watching, but I would have to have 1,000 subscribers, and every single one of those subscribers needs to watch 4 hours of the videos. And like I said, well, it has to equal 4 hours per subscriber, and that's just to get monetized. That's just to get a couple freaking, a tiny little paycheck in a month, just to get the ball rolling. And I think somebody said that it's like $20. So for the minimum to be monetized in 1 month, I'm looking at $20, and to not have toxicity, you can keep the $20. I'd rather not have that. I'd rather have a stronger community. I'd rather build up a stronger community. People with different ideas and different thoughts and different takes on things, and people who agree and people who disagree, and lots of discussions to happen. I would love to roll comments or questions that people have into videos, and talk about them. I've been very reluctant, in a lot of ways, to do some of the no cheats that everybody talks about, and it's not that I don't want to do the no cheats, um, and promote myself, um, uh, because I know that it will get me subscribers and views and all the other things that I need. One of the main reasons that I stay away from, doing the no cheats, um, is, one, it's wrong, and I'm why would I go on somebody else's video and basically self promote myself? That's the stupidest thing in the world. But two, um, that's not the type of viewer that I want. I don't want a viewer to think that here I am offering, um, you know what I'm giving, um, and that type of thing is okay. I wouldn't want people to come in and advertise their crap on my page. Why the hell would I want? Why the hell would I think it would be okay for me to do that to somebody else? Again, it goes into the give and take. You know, um, it's also one of the reasons why I promote, other pages, especially when I'm using their music, or I'm talking about them, or they're a part of, the landscape in my videos. I will definitely give them a link. I will definitely, and if they want me to link something else, I will even offer that. But as far as the reverse, if they're offering it to me, I will definitely take them up on the offer. Um, if somebody likes my videos, I have, um, you know, sang about a lot of things, and I have, a lot of musical artists that I've done either parodies or covers of. And if they want to use me as a bad example and stuff like that, feel free to promote my site, and however you want to do it. It is what it is. I'm struggling just like everybody else in that. But if you don't promote my site, I I I can't say anything about it. It is what it is. Um, what I'm saying is, you can if you want to. I would be grateful if you did, but my gratitude, especially to people who, have thousands of viewers, millions of viewers, um, you know, they don't need to be promoting me. So, um, why would they give a shit? And I totally understand that. Um, if I ever become that, um, I would like to think that I could, lift people. I'd rather lift people up than basically, be a taker. If I'm using something that they created, I would love to promote it more. Um, and that's why I've set that standard for me now, and not I'm not gonna why would I change that, because that goes right into the way my philosophies work and the way my thinking works. But yeah, being a part of communities and stuff like that, and things, the I think the best way to put it is that, um, well, if there's any hate being promoted, any dislike, any blame, that people put on other people, I don't want to be a part of that organization. Um, and if it's doctrine that way, those organizations are out. But it also, how I'm treated is, when I look at what, the LGBTQRSCARARB, whatever it is now, and again, the alphabet soup, um, the LGBT community. I love the philosophy. Love the philosophy. I don't like being labeled. So giving myself one of the you know labels, and I'm definitely not an ally person, so I'm not really your ally. Give me one of the labels, I can give myself any one of those labels, you know, and you know pretend I'm part of their organization or belong to that organization because of my label. One of the problems with the that I found with the LGBT community is that there's a lot of infighting. There's a lot of separateness, self identity in your label, um, for the rest of the organization. So if you are one of the, if you do identify as any one of the letters, you are separate. You're not really, you know, everybody puts the LGBT community as one thing, and it's really not. It is, L, G, B, T, Q. Those are all separate organizations. They don't really intermix with each other. And people say, oh, but they all belong. No, you know, pride parades tend to be for one of them. Um, Bars or clubs, or even dance halls and stuff like that tend to be just for one. They don't tend to be an all-encompassing, welcoming thing. And it seems like, oh, well, we all belong together. That's why we have a rainbow flag. A rainbow flag that represents, all spectrums and everything like that. And you know, it just I it goes into like the ally thing. I'm not welcome. I'm not welcome to belong to your organization. Why would I want to be like an ally? I'll support the ideals that I have, that you share. That's it. But that does not make me your ally. Does not make me. I don't belong to your organization. You know, using things like, as much as I want to strengthen Black Lives Matters. Um, and I'm with you guys and that stuff. I don't belong to that organization. And again, because I'm not allowed to belong, why would I be an ally with somebody with an organization that looks to me as an outsider? That whole ally thing just kind of gets like strange in that respect. Um, yes, I will share the ideals. I will share the equal treatment, um, that you know that not only the rules should apply that benefit, a person based on their skin color, um, should apply to the the ones that benefit. I've got to say this correctly. The rules that apply, that benefit only a certain section of the American public, um, while there's other rules, that don't apply, which gives that privilege thing. There are rules that apply, as a detriment to people based on their skin color, as well as other rules that don't seem to apply. And the one of the biggest differences, and it has nothing to do with skin color, is the treatment, by our society is all based on how much money you give, how much money you spend, to protect yourself. And it literally is if these groups just had more money, they would protect themselves. The um, law enforcement agencies, all of them, not just police, but all law enforcement agencies would not do stupid things like kill people in the street if they knew not only that they're being um, photographed, but if they knew that there will be severe consequences each time something like that happens, because this is the reason why rich people, um, people with money, aren't faced with those problems. You know, aren't having their front doors kicked in, because if law enforcement kicks down their front door, there will be severe consequences to that agency, no matter which branch of the law enforcement that they are. There would be severe consequences for somebody who can afford the proper lawyer, the proper way, the proper everything. um, there would be consequences for those laws, and that's the reason why they don't do it. That's the reason why it's not equal treatment for people without money. And the reason that I've always felt, the reason that it's Black Lives Matter, not All Lives Matter, or whatever whatever you want. The reason that um, that the Black Lives Matters was chosen was not based on people, identifying as being black or being white, or it's not an anti-white organization. The reason that it is because our society is built to see a person's skin color and determine that they are poor. And since they are poor, it's okay to treat them like animals. And I very much against that. I, people, culture, their belief systems, their religious beliefs, and all that stuff, all that stuff that makes up the community of people who identify themselves as black, um, is special. It should be treated as special, and it should enrich everybody's lives just because it exists. I mean, rock and roll wouldn't be what it is, blues wouldn't be what it is without that culture already there, based on it. I mean, why would we want to diminish it from the greatness that it is? So I I respect how people identify themselves, and I respect people need labels to be that way. But when the label becomes a detriment, that's when I have a problem. And then when you know it's that's a thing. But because here I am, when they see me, I'm labeled by them as white. I'm labeled by them as male. I'm labeled by people as these things. I don't care about those labels myself personally. That's why I don't. You know I have what's known as white privilege, but I do my best, and I'm not going to sugarcoat it in any way, shape, or form. But I do my best to treat everybody, no matter the color of their skin or their beliefs, equally. Um, and there's bad apples in no matter what label a person has. So that's where I get into where or why I never feel like I belong. It's not the good people in these organizations. Um, uh, I hope I don't know if I can say his name, but I'm going to just say his name. One of my dear friends and biggest spiritual guides in life, um, was Father Angelo, who passed, and he were part of the Franciscan order, which is part of the Roman Catholicism hierarchy of where the Vatican and Italy is all the rage and stuff like that. And um, I like the fact that one of the reasons why we became good friends, and one of the reasons why I accepted his guidance, is because he never, not even for a second, the entire time I've known him, foisted his beliefs, or try to force his beliefs as the truth. In fact, he spent a lot of time with me, discussing where my beliefs are and where my beliefs can grow, and you know my you know it's why I don't consider myself an atheist, because I don't believe that crap either. Um, and our discussions, not really, I wouldn't even say that they were arguments or fights or anything like that, but our discussions were, you know, very in depth. And, you know, I definitely think that I challenged him in his faith as much as he helped build up my faith in things. Um, because my faith in humanity was severely lacking. Still is, but that's a whole nother thing. But it's different. But yeah, and going into atheism, it's not that I don't believe that there is no God. I just believe that whoever I worship is not, um, one, what I believe it is. Um, I don't know what it is, and somebody once said, if God comes down, and would I would tell God to his face, like, you never believed in me. Why should I ever believe in you? And I still wouldn't believe in you as my God. You can be everybody else's God, but you're not mine. I'm not your child. As far as salvation, I don't know what's in store. Um, I don't think that I don't think me challenging whatever, any belief system out there, for salvation, because that's all they are to me. They're not what you do today. They're what you build for your future in salvation, and it's not how you treat people today, because you can always just ask for forgiveness. You can always be absolved of your wrongdoings, as opposed to, um, making recompense, and you know fixing the problems that you caused. You're just forgiven, and then you're allowed in. I talked about a horrible person I worked with, very religious, and you know what? Based on her belief system, she's going to be a horrible person till the day she dies, and she probably will be absolved of all the wrongdoing. The wrong, I'm, I don't even care what she does to everybody else in the world. Just the singular wrongdoing that she's done, I feel that she's done to me. The recompense, the damage, um, the and with time, the damage has even festered. So it's not, how like people are talking about forgiving her and stuff like that. Why why would I forgive her for that? Why would I forgive her for being a horrible person? Let her God forgive her. Let her go to heaven. I know that I don't want to be in the same heaven, if it does exist. I'd rather go someplace else. And if she does go to hell, and I go to hell too because I didn't build myself up for salvation, um, at least I know that it won't matter, and I can always not sleep, I guess, but whatever, in my eternal suffering, know that she's suffering and she was wrong, and I will laugh. And if I run into her, I will laugh at her. I don't think it's hysterical. All that work for what? Nothing. And if she's not there, so much the better. So, with me going to hell, I don't believe in that either. Um, as far as you know, everything else, when I was in Boy Scouts, another organization that I didn't feel like I belonged to, but when I was in Boy Scouts, um, the one thing that was always made very clear is don't not leave things how you found them, leave it better. Leave it better than you found it. If somebody left plastic bottles and garbage around before you got there, clean it up. Leave it better. Leave it better than you found it. Nature has a way of cleaning itself up. Help. Be helpful. That's how I've always been, and I like that. I like to think that any any room, let's just call everything a room instead of just an environment, but any room that I've left, I'd like to think that I have left it, you know, I've left it better than when I came in. And you can get into the fact that sometimes I leave dirty dishes or stuff like that in some rooms, but I forget to clean up after myself because I'm a messy person. Um, in general, I think like the thing that I've left when I'm not when I was there. Before I got there, it was in a certain state. When I was there, I interacted, and when I left it better. Every job that I've ever had, and I've had a lot of them, I would like to think that whatever happened after I was gone, I left it. I left it in better shape than when I was there. Didn't leave it damaging. Didn't damage stuff, and for the most part, I felt with most jobs, I felt that I was more of a hindrance to the daily operations than a help. And by removing myself from that job, that hindrance is gone. And whatever happened after I left, not necessarily did I leave a mark on it, but I left it. I left it better than when I was there. That is kind of kind of a philosophy that I've had. Um, I've been part of so many things. Gaming communities. I've been a part of a lot of them. I talk about my feelings towards um, a certain one that's in England. That you know, the truth is that I picked the one faction that they kind of crapped on all the time. Picked the one faction that they ignored and never gave love to. Didn't That wasn't by mistake. That was designed because they didn't care about it at all, and it allowed me to basically explore my creativity, build things that I wanted to build. Um, it not as effective as some of the other factions and groups, armies, if you want to call them armies. Not as effective as them, and probably lost more games than I won, and pretty much par for the course, as it were. But those were the most fun. Later, um, not when I first quit the game, but when I came back, I quit the game when they basically just destroyed their entire game for two full editions. They just literally just they not only destroyed the game in one edition, but they doubled down for the next one. And after they doubled down, it was just like going, what is left? And they realized, the company realized, that they couldn't sustain such a horrendous destruction of their own game, that they tried to rein it back in. And the truth is that it was like they went out of their way to give my faction um, love and attention, and they started to build it like all the other factions. In my mind, everything's the same. They're all the same. They you could actually pinpoint how each of them are the same, because they treat each one the exact same way, and just give it a different name, or have different models in the game. But the truth of the matter is that they're all just the same. You can build any one of those armies. You can use the exact same method. Whatever your fighting style is, you can pick any faction. And the faction that I had, which, like I said, they gave no love to, and basically a subpar faction comparatively, because over their dominant one, they've gone ahead and after spending a year with this latest edition, well, not, they're on another edition that I haven't even delved into yet. But after spending a year playing this game, and I gave it a good college try. But I immersed myself back into it, because one, that's kind of my methodology of doing things. But two, I wanted to leave. If I was going to leave it, I want to leave it with no regrets about the game. I wanted, this is where it's at. And after the year, in fact, I ended up staying 2 extra months by mistake. Um, but after the year of delving headlong into this game, I realized that it was just basically, I'm spinning wheels and I'm not having fun anymore. And when a game's no longer fun, it's just And the reason I gave it a full year, is because um, I didn't want to have any of those regrets I was just talking about. I didn't want to say, "Oh, this was a temporary thing." Your feelings towards the game, are that's the reason why you feel that way, and you should have waited, a couple weeks, and it would have turned around. And I felt a year, like I said, spent 14 months in it. I felt after a year that it wasn't going to turn around. And with they put out a new release and a new edition with lots of changes and stuff like that. I just looking at it, it's all the same crap. It's the same stuff that I didn't like about this. It's more control and more looking like, and the game looks more like other factions. Nothing makes the faction that I fell in love with in the first place special. And the things that used to make it special are now considered what's known as fluff. It's basically the lore, the background, or the things that they talk about with the game. But pretty much it's just, if you break it down to what it actually does, the functionality, the randomness that it used to have, and all the other craziness that was going on. I mean, there were games that I played. You know my opponent didn't even need to have 3 models on there. I basically lost the game myself because of the random craziness that my faction was. And I've had games where people were playing tournament ready things, and just because of a few lucky, not even a lot of lucky dice rolls, just a few lucky dice rolls, I demolished them. So like that type of thing happening was really good, and it was nice. And I love that about them. Well, they stripped all that out. And now, like I said, it might as well, just you're just using a different model, but you might as well just use those rule books because they're all the same. There's nothing that's different. Same functionalities, same things. They just put a different name at the top of it, but it does the same thing. Enhancements and disenchantments and spells and stuff like that. They're all the same. They're all fitting in with whatever category that they wanted to fit into. And people are talking about like how things are broken with this latest edition, and I was just like going, I don't see it. This faction already has that. That faction already has it. It's just people aren't using it like that. You're using it differently. And all of a sudden, you see that faction just basically spring forward, and it's just like going, might as well be the same as everything else. And it's one of the reasons why I'm out. And unless there was a drastic change to bringing the game back to what it was, unless they have that drastic change to bring it back where it was, I think that I just realized what I did. So you got the microphone. Oh my God, it's probably now blasting your ears out because I forgot to freaking hook my microphone up. Sorry about that. But yeah, your drastic change. I hope I'm not like silent now, but you have this drastic change in unless they do a drastic change in the game and bring it back to what it was, the game is just going to basically deteriorate. You might as I could pick one of the groups, any one of those groups, and I can play it like my faction, and with their rulebook, not with my faction's rulebook. So like what does it offer? It offers nothing. Boring game. So that's why that organization, and I've been a part of Star Trek fandom. I was actually part of Star Trek fandom for many years. Started when I was actually really young, and went to a Star Trek convention. This was back before the movies came out. To tell you how old this is. Now I think maybe it was when motion picture. It was because they weren't producing those every year, so it's kind of difficult. I have to remember when I first went to my first Star Trek convention. But it was a long time ago, and I was young. Like I said, I don't even remember how old I was. So, but I thought it was. That was, in fact, I think that was, it was the very first nerd convention that I ever went to in my life. And I think that from that one, I've been chasing that type of high with conventions that I had at the Star Trek convention. And it's like catching lightning in a bottle. It never happened. Never happened again. All conventions after a while just started to deteriorate into nothing. I remember Comic-Con, being absolutely blown away by my first Comic-Con convention, and I think it only had 5,000 people at it in San Diego.
And it was in a warehouse. It wasn't even in this, thing with, they built a hotel for the freaking convention. I mean, that's how big it's become. And you can't even buy tickets anymore. In fact, if you were going to buy tickets for this year, which is coming up real soon, you would have had to bought them last year at this time. So you if you wanted to buy tickets for Comic-Con, you're buying them for next year. That's where it turned into. And like I said, they have like 100,000 people there, and it's kind of like become a mecca. And the only thing about Comic-Con that I don't like is that it seems to be less and less about comic books. I know comic books are kind of not as popular as they used to be, and it's not a comic book convention anymore. It's a multimedia convention. But my first one, like I said, I thought was absolutely phenomenal. Got to sit and hang out with writers and artists, and shoot the breeze and talk about old things and stories and this. None of this like where you walked into a theater, had to take a seat, and then it's kind of watching a play as people sat in chairs up on the freaking front, and people ask questions by standing in line. How enjoyable is that? Freaking sucks. After standing in the line for an hour and a half, feeling like you're fortunate to get in, after waiting all that time. And there's people that go to that convention that basically all they've done was sit in lines because they wanted to be in Hall H or whatever the fuck is going on with that. So stupid. But the convention life I absolutely adored. Used to go to a horror convention in New Jersey all the time. And it was like lots of things, but I was talking about Star Trek. I think that was my first, and I literally my mind was completely blown away by it, and I don't think I've ever had that experience with a convention since then. I had sponsored conventions. I had work conventions as security. I had work conventions as talent coordinators. I had work conventions as all different sorts of things. So basically every aspect of it, from visitor on a visitor or guest or whatever, buying a ticket to get in, all the way up to even being the talent itself at a convention. And like I said, Star Trek really started that ball rolling, and I don't think that I'm ever going to see that again. And it's back in my day. No, it's not really that. It's just it is what it is now. But we're Star Trek. Here I'm mupping everything. Where my Star Trek, my love of Star Trek. Oh, I love Star Trek. Still do, but I got kind of overly involved in it, and like with everything, I think that my passion, to do things and be a part of it, diminished the fun that I was having, or my thing. And when it started becoming really nostalgia, I think I acted up and I self-sabotaged myself, because I am officially kicked out of Star Trek fandom. I am not welcome. And as like I said, I still love the shows. I just don't do the conventions. I don't do any of the fan stuff, because I'm not. I'm not a fan. And very different than what happened with Star Wars. Star Wars goes a little bit different. In fact, I always I joked when they actually said that my services were no longer needed, and that I'm out of Star Trek fandom. Like I said, it was mostly me doing it, so I definitely sabotaged myself in that respect. But I joked at the time. I was like going, well, doesn't matter what Star Trek does. At least I'll always have Star Wars. Star Wars fandom was definitely different. We showed up, made costumes, like definitely into the cosplay. We did lots of crazy stuff. People shot short films and things like that, which I was very happy to be a part of. You know, fan videos, and I wrote fan fiction, and I did all those things with Star Wars that loved, and it always seemed that George Lucas kind of welcomed the fans and loved the fans, and even though the prequels were a bit of a disaster, I had never, not even for a second, stopped loving Star Wars. They sold it to Disney. So Lucasfilm is now Disney. And the direction that they decided to take the sequels, they made it very clear that not only am I not welcome, but I'm a man baby, and if I didn't like it, then I'm not a fan. And I didn't like the prequels. I still don't like. I still don't like the prequels, but I can respect what the prequels were. I don't like them. There is nothing to like about them. They have a whole host of fabulous actors, and then a terrible script, and a terrible way to freaking, and a boring, long, almost stilted and wooden performances by even the greatest actors around, who basically appeared there, and it's just awful. Just the prequel's awful. And I might count myself as one of these idiots because I didn't like it is the reason why Lucas sold it to Disney. I mean, I've said this a bunch of times that I'm not the one that caused Lucas to sell it to Disney, but I think I'm part of that group, and I'm not ashamed to admit it. I think it was definitely a mistake on Lucas's part. I think that he should get people to direct. Star Wars was saved by his wife, and Empire was saved by, I can't even think of his name at the top of my head, so I'm not even gonna look it up. But Empire Strikes Back, which is I think the best of all of them, and not even just the best of all of them, like nothing comes close to it. The second one, 5 is the best Star Wars movie, and then 4, and Empire Strikes Back is the best, and then A New Hope is the second, is number 2, and they're not even in the same league. It's not, in my opinion, they're nothing alike. And I don't even count, I wouldn't even count the sequels at all, except that they're just when you get to like where you want to just throw them out the freaking window. I mean, Attack of the Killer Clones, which is, in my opinion, the worst of the 6. Attack of the Clones is definitely the worst of the 6. The 3, 7, 8, and 9 are literally just below that. And I would probably. I haven't seen Rise of Skywalker. I just know that people have said it's awful, and that's when I stopped watching. Um, Before Rise of Skywalker, I just like they don't want my money. They don't want me to be a fan, so it's not even worth it. But let's see, it's um, Force Awakens, Last Jedi, and Rise of Skywalker. Um, I would probably say out of the three, it would probably, I guess it's a toss up between Rise and Force Awakens. Force Awakens just, it was, I think it was just a huge missed opportunity that set off that trend. So I think Force Awakens, um, as hungry as we were for a new Star Wars movie at the time, is the reason why I think it did so well. I would like to think that Rise of Skywalker is at least better than that. And I would like to think that Rise of Skywalker is at least better than Attack of the Clones, #2. That's out of the six, that's just god awful. But I don't know about Rise of Skywalker, so it doesn't go on the list. But I wouldn't put it as better than Attack of the Clones. And then it definitely goes Force Awakens, and the most god awful of all of them is The Last Jedi. And as a non-Star Wars movie, as just a regular movie, I think Galaxy of Terror. And most people don't know that movie. Let's try to think of one that, Aliens Resurrection, maybe. It's worse than that as a standalone movie, but Alien Resurrection also has, a franchise backing it as well. So, I'll think of one that, Galaxy of Terror is one of the most god awful movies, and I think the Galaxy of Terror as a standalone movie is better than Last Jedi, and that's not even bringing up any of the, you wanted to make something that was nothing like, subverting expectation and not utilizing the history, and just basically, destroying the whole concept of what Star Wars was. Well, if you take all that out of it, even Force Awakens out of it, and you just make it as a standalone movie, it's awful. Its pacing is bad. It's just an awful movie, and I'm glad I've only saw it once because I don't think I could handle, bad movies. Bad movies not done ironically, or not made to be bad, or don't can laugh at their own badness, as it were. But yeah, I don't find it funny. I don't find it cute. I just think that Last Jedi is just that awful, and I never, until now, I have never said what my opinion is on The Last Jedi. I just know that what Ryan Johnson said about people who have a bad opinion about Last Jedi, and I was like, I'm out. Solo, which is also a train wreck, but I think Solo is definitely better than Attack of the Clones. So that tells you how bad that I hated Attack of the Clones. But there's definitely worse movies, and I can't think of a worse movie than The Last Jedi, like as a movie. it's bad enough that no matter what Ryan Johnson does, I probably will not see any of his work ever. Partly because he doesn't want me as a fan, and partly because I go to movies to enjoy them, not to make political statements. And if I don't enjoy it, you get that. Like I said, I still stand by everything that I said about the prequels. Everything. I do not. My opinion doesn't change just because they're better. Better does not mean good. Better does not even mean watchable. Revenge of the Sith is, out of the 3 prequels, Revenge of the Sith is definitely the best. And I can almost encapsulate all of them in the same way. But Revenge of the Sith is probably the best of the 3. And I probably would, put that on par with Return of the Jedi. Return of the Jedi definitely has better pacing and a better, pretty much a better story. I think that the Ewoks definitely diminish it a little bit, but not to the point of being worse than Revenge of the Sith. Revenge of the Sith has a lot of detriments, a lot of things. Like I said, you get into, I can probably, it's definitely a watchable movie as opposed to the 3. Phantom Menace, I think, is a watchable movie too. But I definitely think that Return of the Jedi is definitely a much better film. So, but I do think that Revenge of the Sith is definitely a much better film. Attack of the Clones is just awful. And you can't take Attack of the Clones out of the prequels without it basically falling apart. Because Revenge of the Sith absolutely depends on Attack of the Clones, even as clunky as it is. And you have to keep it in the series. So one of the things I did like that they did, I mean, it would be darn near impossible for anybody with Star Wars to beat. I mean, A New Hope is awesome, but when they did Empire Strikes Back, that really solidified a lot of things. So well done. Empire is just that well done, and what was it called? I can't even think of it. I can't think of it. I guess it wasn't that important, but I definitely think that it's better than Return of the Jedi. Rogue One. I think Rogue One is better than Return of the Jedi, but not on par with A New Hope. Just better than Return of the Jedi. Return of the Jedi, I think, was the weakest of the trilogy. But yeah, Empire is just talk about what a great film, and the editing of Star Wars basically saved that movie. Yeah, and Alec Guinness is just, Alec Guinness just, makes the whole thing, form together. And as much as they talk about how much he hated friggin' Star Wars, I mean, without Alec Guinness, it's basically that crumbles. So yeah, Star Wars A New Hope is pretty darn good. But yeah, Empire is just the. If you were ever going to be a fan of a movie, yeah, Empire Strikes Back puts it all in perspective. All of Star Wars, you can just watch Empire Strikes Back, and everything else does not matter. That's how good it is. And the heroes lose in the end. But that community, like I said, that was my choice. Like the miniature gaming that I was playing before. That was definitely my choice to not. Well, I was told I didn't belong, so why would I want to be someplace where I don't belong? Do I want to change their ideals and where the direction that Star Wars is going in? No. They're obviously, I'm not making billions of dollars. I mean, so they're obviously doing something right. So let them have it. I don't have to like it. And again, bringing up the TV shows like Bad Batch. Let's see what you got. You got Bad Batch, Clone Wars, and the one after Clone Wars. I can't even think of it. And you also have the Mandalorian, which out of all of them, the Mandalorian is far superior. I don't know what's going to happen with Star Wars, but Mandalorian was good enough that I basically stopped my protest of Star Wars and watched it. So that's how good it is. If I had to compare it, again, New Hope, and then of course there's far superior Empire Strikes Back, definitely, hands down. Hands down, far superior to Mandalorian. Season 2, not as good as season 1, but it is what it is. Slowly, we're watching the slowly diminishing, and it is what it is. Trying to think of what other organizations I was part of. My current job, part of an organization that I don't feel like I belong to. They've pretty much done they pulled out all stops and every trick in the book to get me to quit. And if I did not need the money, that's the only reason I do my job. If I did not need the money, if I did not need to make an income, I would definitely quit. Definitely be gone. There is nothing left that I'm attached to or want to be helpful in any way other than as a way to generate money for myself. That's what my job is. The YouTube communities have been hit and miss. I think I mentioned religious organizations, right? And why I don't want to belong to them. So let's move on to the things that I actually care about. So I've definitely, you know, I've dabbled in a lot of things. You know, tried my hand at stuff. You know, magician, stand up. You know, my singing from here, which I never. This is the only place that I've ever really done singing, but you know how well that goes. And I was tempted. I was tempted. Um, I even wrote it out. I was about to just sing it and and have another song for Coco, and and it really boiled down to the fact that my internet was such crap 2 days ago. That just boiled down to that is the reason why I did not do it. Yeah, I did a for Coco's last day. I wanted to have it ready and up. Um, and that's the reason why the video. That's the main reason why the video was so short is because I was going to turn around and actually sing the song, and after taking 26 hours to upload. There was no reason. I was literally waiting for it to upload so I can sing the song. But to give you a hint of what it was, and maybe I'll publish the lyrics one of these days or post the lyrics one of these days. Coco song was going to be based on the Gorillaz' Feel Good, and literally starts off with Coco. And yeah, that's the first words of it is Coco. I'm definitely a fan of hers. I've never really belonged to her community. Like I said, it was my Japanese. You don't realize how limited your knowledge is, or I didn't realize how limited my knowledge is of Japanese until I watched. In fact, she was in the stream. She was doing a collab. And of course, her last stream, I wanted to just watch, outright with everybody saying goodbye to her. But before that, the reason why I did not follow Coco because I definitely liked the collabs that she did with others, and I liked the fact that they did have subtitles. But she uses words that I never learned. She uses words that are not in anime. And so I'm getting pieces of sentences and things, and it, the original thing is the reason why I don't tend to watch any Japanese streamers that don't translate or don't speak English. Doesn't it's because of that, because I'm there to enjoy the stream, and if I don't understand what's going on, and not only not understanding what's going on, I can't even read the chat. Yes, sometimes people post in English and stuff like that, but for the most part, all of the chats with just scrolling, because there's just so many viewers just scrolling by without even you don't even have time to see it. Whether how you make it, how can I make out the kanji when I can't even I don't even have time to by the time I'm reading one, I have to scroll down to the bottom to it's literally just scrolling by. And I've always been kind of this is just that's not for me. But I could definitely appreciate who Coco was what she actually means to the VTubing community, and what she's accomplished in the short time, because it was not long. The short time that she was doing this, and I think back, not really think back, but when other YouTubers and VTubers talk about how they began, I actually feel kind of a connection. Yeah, it's I am 5 months in, and I'm definitely not anywhere near the point of where most of the people who I see start. The two things that I've been told that I'm missing: I am one, not female, because I don't have the boobies, and I am not doing anything really all that exciting. I think reviews seems to be the thing, especially for the men of YouTube. You know, you don't. I've not been playing games. I tried to do the picture in picture, and it's not working out not as easy as I thought it was going to be. And here I am. I'm just talking about myself. Talking about the things that I like, and things that I my thoughts, and hopes and dreams and stuff like that. I think that I maybe am a bit envious of people who have, like, 1,000 people in the chat, scrolling away, having conversations and stuff like that, which I could definitely dedicate any one of these streams to that, and see that for what it is. But I'm not there, and it is what it is. But I can definitely, when people talk about how they began and how much of a struggle it is and everything like that, I know that, and I like to think that if I just stick with it and just keep doing it and not compromise, and not start doing the sensationalism that a lot of people end up doing, because I don't want to always try to one up myself to where it just gets to absurdity. I just want it to be this. There's lots of things to talk about. There's lots of things to do. Lots of things, there's so much to experience. And, like I said, talking about, my tiny little community that I have, that's why I started changing it to family, because it's small. And I maybe that's a good thing for me. I am not, I don't see myself getting, DMCA'd because I'm not monetized. When people say, be careful of your copyrights and stuff like that, it's just like, people, you can put a copyright claim on my videos. Like, what does that mean? It means nothing. Have a legitimate reason for the copyright. Obviously, when I was singing, that, that does play a role in why I stopped making videos like that, because it's those copyright claims, eventually, not I don't see a lot of people going through watching my old stuff. It's rare. I definitely would recommend it, especially now. If there's if I have a loud noise that you don't see me on it, it's copyright claimed. And I would love for people to watch all those videos a million times. And because I'm not making the money from it, and if I was monetized, I might have to take those down. And be left with whatever videos I'm left with. And time goes on, I'm watching more and more and more of them getting copyright claimed. And I'm keeping up with it. So it is like I said, it is what it is. It's definitely the benefit of being not monetized, that I can do pretty much have free reign over the video. I don't my videos aren't for kids, would never consider myself family friendly, even though I talk about family friendly stuff. And everything is what it is. I'm trying to think if there's anything else in the community that I'd want to talk about, or anything else about communities. There's one community that I actually, I don't. I think that I'm shocking myself with how I feel like I belong to, and I worry that maybe I'm coming on a little too strong sometimes with how almost open I am with them, because I feel like I belong, and I'm there's a comfort level that I have with that community that I did 5 loud noises, because that's kind of crazy to me. The other VTubers and stuff like that I was watching before, I had ideas and things like that I wanted to do, and I was thinking that if they gave me some recognition, throw me a bone or anything like that I would produce those loud noises, because that seemed to be the direction that they would want. But I the VTuber that I watch, she's incredible, and and she does a lot of things, but she really is. I think that in a way, like I said, the envy is definitely there, because she slowly built it up instead of it being an instant. Like some VTubers, they have an instant million subscribers. And what do you do with a million subscribers that instantly? You don't know how they're going to react, so you start doing sensational things, and eventually it'll burn you out. And I kind of worry that maybe that's what happened with Coco, is that not necessarily a you got to stop doing what you're doing and you're gone, you're out of here, but more along the lines of she was getting a little burnt out, and maybe she had other things she wanted to pursue. I mean, none of it's been discussed, and the reason why I think a lot of that's not been revealed is because they don't want to tarnish the image of Coco. What people see. And doing live streams, just doing the few live streams that I've done. I mean, I'm on number 7 right now of Unscripted, and this isn't easy stuff. This isn't like, you even without a plan, without anything else, just basically sitting down like I'm doing right now and turning the camera on and just talking, which is something that I do all the time. And I'm definitely a gabber. I definitely like telling stories and talking about things and ideas and concepts and crazy stuff. And I've been known to go on for hours, and switch directions and talk about other things, and all this crazy. You can see my ADHD in full effect, but I I'm actually known for that, and to literally just be doing this, standing in front of a camera, no feedback whatsoever, and nothing happening. I am what it is what it is. I've had a few people come in. They're actually watching it for a few seconds, and then they're gone again, which I think is absolutely awesome, and I appreciate them being there. But it's I don't have that. When I look at like I said, I don't know. I don't believe I can mention who it is, and you can figure it out. But the I'm very envious of that community that I'm a part of, because I don't have that, and maybe it's because I want it, but I like the fact that it's not something that just overnight she built up and she created. I mean, I became a fan of hers because of somebody else recommending her. And when I saw what she was doing, I really liked it. But the welcoming, and the open armedness of that community is like it's something that I'm not used to. And again, here I'm envious of it, but I'm like going, wow, what would I do with it once I have it? It's a whole big catch-22. Yeah. Maybe I'm not ready for something like that, which is probably a good thing. Maybe I have to keep doing this. But this is a lot of work. And so here I am, like to talk about my attention deficit disorder. Let's talk about Coco, and like nobody really knows. I mean, obviously Coco does, and obviously Hollow Live does. Everybody who works at Hollow Live, and probably most of the other streamers know the reasons behind it. But she was allowed to say goodbye, and that's very different than some of the people who were quote unquote graduated before her. One person only lasted a month. So, I mean, the people who graduated before Coco, I mean, the fact that they gave her all the stuff, I mean, yes, it could be because she is such a high profile client of Hollow Live. Client, right? I guess she's a client. VTuber of Hollow Live. I think she was the highest profile of them all. But that's probably why they gave it to her. So it could be any number of reasons that she said no. There are other number of reasons that she graduated. I'd like to think that it's like I said, making these things is not freaking easy. I'm doing it the most simplistic thing, and it is difficult. This isn't something that I love doing it, but it's not. This isn't like easy. I'm still learning a lot. I'm still basically growing, finding my footing and stumbling all the way through. And I can only imagine, like, what happens after, you're basically doing it constantly, constant collabs, constant, your entire life is basically revolved around, being a character that's not you. And, like, she could be wanting to pursue other avenues. And, this is just the time. And it just, as sad and as, I'm pretty much heartbroken the fact that, there's, more than 1 million people out there that, including myself, that I'm not a regular viewer, not a member or anything like that, but I miss her already. And she's been gone one day. And it's kind of amazing to me that, like, these things happen, like it happened like that. I think that, I worry that this phenomenon that VTubers are, this is the first chink in that. And yes, a bunch of them have come and gone. I mean, I probably, if I made up an avatar and was a VTuber for a little while, I don't think that I would have lasted, because it would have just been it's easier. I know it's going to sound crazy. It would have been easier for me to go away than for me to stick around like I'm doing. And I know that kind of doesn't make much sense, but I could easily go away with somebody, not knowing, not seeing my face. And if I wanted to pursue it again, I could just come back as something else with another avatar and have people doing like what they do with Gura. Speculating, is she this other VTuber who, basically, dropped out? And she could be. I don't delve that far into the things, but I don't think that they pull the people in Hololive out of nowhere. They don't come from, relatively, I don't think any of them come from any type of obscurity or anything like that. But I always wondered, like, with a person like Coco being gone, again, I'm not talking about unpopular VTubers or people who wouldn't, who didn't have a large fan base. I'm talking about, she was, pretty much the start. I mean, she wasn't the first, but she was definitely, one of the earlier ones. I mean, pretty much built Hololive. And it makes room for the other ones. She definitely was a force to be reckoned with. So it definitely makes room for other people to go other places. But again, I would love to find out what happens to her in the future. If she creates another avatar, or anything like that. Cigarette's not working. but yeah, I, I definitely, I wish her the best. I hope that, like I said, it was, very tear jerking her last video, which I wish I could have understood, um, understood it. And I wish I had a better connection so I could have watched it fully, and not wait for um, the video to pop. And now, because now when I'm watching that, I want the subtitles, so now I gotta wait for the subtitles to happen or people to clip things. But yeah, it is what it is. But I definitely, I don't feel bad for her. Like I said, I hope she does things, but I definitely feel bad for her entire community. And most of them probably had, two, three, four dozen. Once you go down the waifu rabbit hole, people tend to have a lot of them. So probably most of her community probably had, other things to view and watch and be a part of. But definitely, there's definitely going to be, the loyal, um, she's the only one for them type of people. And now they don't have that anymore. So I kind of feel bad for those. It's sad. But I worry worry that the community that I belong to, see, I'm treating Coco's community like the community that I belong to, the same way. And I worry that it's, what if that happens? You know, um, I don't have, I don't feel the same with any other, with any other VTuber than the one that I'm watching. And I like a few others, especially the V Shoujo members. I definitely watch them a lot, but unlike them, their community isn't doesn't I don't feel like I belong to. And I think about where Coco's community was. It was a huge community. You know, if my little community, little is probably the wrong way to put it, but the community that I belong to, if that all of a sudden, 3 weeks, announcement of 3 weeks, and all of a sudden she's gone. I was having trouble when I can't connect to that community. I can't imagine what would happen if all of a sudden it's a countdown to the final days. And yeah, I would be very sad. And I don't know if I would want to basically. I definitely wouldn't like jump right into another. Finding that type of a community already rare enough. Why would I try to jump into another one? Um, I am almost at the 2 hour mark, and just going on and on and on about it. But that's my take on the communities and groups and organizations and stuff like that. And I it's it. I definitely think that the bad apples, especially in large, multi-million people organizations, tend to have a lot of bad apples, and when it seems like those bad apples are accepted, that's the big key. It's like it wouldn't be as upsetting if the bad apples or the bad seeds weren't accepted into those things. And maybe that's kind of like, talking about like a really weird way to put it, when when I'm looking to be accepted. But when they accept like horrible ideals and horrible thoughts, and um because everybody's got contrary views, and it's just like, when like the acceptance of evil is a part of your organization. I mean, converted what should be a basis of love, basis of understanding, into a reason to hate, the reason to separate, reason to and definitely a reason for me to not feel like I belong to it. And yeah, there could, like I was mentioning before with Father Angelo, he belonged to a billion person, strong organization, and um, and there are so I can't, I personally can't accept an organization that would allow that. um, Cover it up, protect it in certain respects. And I know that they've gotten better over the years, but better is not better is not where I feel like I belong to it. I don't share that. I don't have a common shared interest. And I got into where relationships, like I always say, the one common denominator in all my failed relationships is me. I'm in every single one of my failed relationships over the years. And knowing that, it means that here I was with a person that I'm not, I'm not invested 100% with. And it's that's a bad place to be. And it's really, 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 I mean, there's a difference between accepting a person for who they are, because you're definitely going to be two different people. Accepting for a person for who they are, and fundamentally disagreeing with them on where your pursuits are and where their pursuits are. And that doesn't make the person that I was dating a bad person, doesn't necessarily make me a bad person. It just means that we weren't compatible enough to stay together. And I don't change. My nature, who I am, doesn't change just because I'm having a relationship with a different person. They change. The person actually, and it's a different person that I'm dating, but I'm still the same person. Like I said, I'm the common denominator on the reason why the relationship failed, and I can accept that. As well as I wouldn't want to be a part of an organization that doesn't accept me, because not without accepting me, why would I? If you can't accept me for who I am, how can you expect me to accept? How can the organization expect me to accept them for who they are? They shouldn't. They should never. And changing me, change to meet that is just kind of like a really weird thing in of itself. So I'm going to end it here. I think I've made a conclusion. I don't know, maybe. I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. I hope when you watch this, everything is, going great for you. And so cool beans. All right. I'll talk to you soon. All right, let's do this. I was actually told that I need to be more animated. Um, I don't know. Maybe I'll get to becoming more animated, and I'll probably add in effects and all the other stuff later. This is literally just kind of like not really unburdening, but just kicking ideas loose and things like that. So let's shake a few ideas loose. Uh, let's. I don't even know where to begin. Let's talk about tomorrow. Tomorrow is the 4th of July and Independence Day, and it was the I guess guesstimated day that my son was supposed to be born. And instead of celebrating, or celebrating is probably the wrong word, instead of honoring when we lost my son, we kind of, still mourn on the 4th of July. So I'm sorry to everybody, but my bot, my disliking bot, that I won't be streaming tomorrow. I'm still trying to figure out what I really want to do with this. These, I'm definitely going to break them up. I'm definitely going to put them into categories and make them a little more bite size, and get out to take out all of the jump cuts, and maybe even me thinking, and maybe I'll do a video of me going something like that, to have fun with it. But that's why I won't be streaming tomorrow. I don't know what I'm going to be doing. Just thinking about it, but before that event, I had been faced with death several times. Never anybody close to me, not my mentors, not my teachers, not not my friends, my close friends, mostly acquaintances and of that nature. I mean, when I was very little, my great grandmother passed away, and I actually remember that. I don't know why, but I do remember it. And I have, been, dealing with a lot of it after last year and everything like that. And but even before that, I had 3 cornerstones of my life that were kind of my rock and kind of my guide and kind of my life lessons and my examples, even what not to do, and my encouragers, and and even in a small way, my partners in crime. um, I have always defined myself with those three. I just I think about all the years I had with all three of them is part of my life, and I kind of took it for granted. Maybe I thought that it would last forever, and none of them were spring chickens, or um, or anything like that. They'd all lived full lives and all had done everything that they were going to do in this life. And I, still kind of wish they were, a phone call away, or a drive, or we can go out to eat somewhere, just talk about things. I miss it. They've definitely not been replaced. And I think I crumbled a bit with their passings, and I don't think that I've definitely, as far as like how the world sees me, I was a freaking mess, and it looked like I had everything together, and everything was going my way. Forever, I was, fortune's fool for the longest time, and I definitely squandered it. I definitely, lots of waste. And not enough time. But I've always described, them as, my heart, my creativity, or my brain, and my spiritual. Body, mind, and soul. And all three of them, definitely, fit those categories. I know in the last one I mentioned Father Angelo real quickly. And my grandmother, Nana, Maxine Byers, and my mentor, Mike Frankovich Jr. Definitely, it's, I can't think of a day that's passed that I don't think about them, don't seek their wisdom, their advice, or feel like I've been a disappointment, and that I haven't, reached my potential of what I should have been, as opposed to what I am today. my trajectory was definitely heading in a completely different direction, and I certainly left turned it. And and it's like wanting subscribers for YouTube. Do I really want it? Do I really want to open the doors and unleash a floodgate of mostly toxic and hateful things? I mean, I barely can handle one, and it's like I said, and it's a bot, a troll bot. I barely, it frustrates me to no end, that the fact that it's there, just disliking. It's going to dislike this video, and I don't know why it still bothers me. I don't know. I've tried to talk it out. Obviously, people who watch the videos probably know that I've definitely been trying to talk my way out of that thing, but I'm definitely not where I thought I was going to be at this time.